好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节，我们请到了 WBG 的辅助选手二哈进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 的辅助选手二哈。
好，欢迎二哈。那第二个问题也想问到，今天的对手呢，面对滔博，你觉得面对他们的下路组啊，有什么地方要特别注意一下？
今天要特别注意的就是我们下路的对线环节吧。因为对线上次对线环节出现了很多问题。
所以要更在意细节一些。那第二个问题也想问到，今天呢其实也是淘汰赛的生死局了，所以自己是以一个什么样的心态来面对这场比赛的呢？
就不管什么比赛吧，我觉得打好每一场比赛是最重要的。对，
就做好自己要做的内容是最重要的。也希望你今天比赛有一个好的发挥。好，欢迎来到我们的前彩环节，我们请到了滔博的中单选手 Cream 进行我们前彩，来向大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cream。
好，欢迎 Cream 啊。那今天淘汰赛的对手呢，也是 WBG， 你觉得他们是一个什么样风格的队伍呢？
他们是一个前期进攻的比较快的队伍吧。
进攻节奏比较凶猛。那第二个问题呢，也想问一下，今天面对他们，你觉得队伍要把什么内容做好，更有助于拿下比赛的胜利呢？
我觉得我们最主要的就是做好我们中野辅方面的联动吧。
中野节奏会是一个关键啊。那也希望你们今天在赛场上能有一个好的发挥。
Hello, chat. Oh, good to see you all. I need to change the category here. 1 second. There we go. There we go. Problem solved, that one. Oh, I am not Nymaera, but I am having my day going very well. Hey Corey, hey Trinity. Had to change it, tried to change it but I couldn't. Did you not have the power to? Yeah, that's unfortunate. There is a way you can do that with some particular bot settings, but that's not been done, has it? That's fine, don't worry about that. Tweet one to man, we probably do, actually. But that is okay. We can do that after draft, I think, probably the best time to do that. Alex looks funny today. Yeah, he's taking the first couple of days off. To take a little bit of a break where he can. Oh, Mecha with the 35 stream streak. Thank you very much for the follows, by the way. Casey Angusososh. Oh dear. Angriel Suzrosh. Oh dear. I do apologise. Angriel Suzrosh. From yesterday as well. Thank you very much for coming and joining us here on the channel and ready to go for some League of Legends. Hi, my name's Initialise and I cast League of Legends. I do indeed.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第一赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜京东电竞直播，
5-map game, please. We will see. We will see. Feels like it's a possibility with these two teams.
峡谷稳赢，马年望到飞起。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然占吧。傲风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做傲风。
Should be a pretty volatile game regardless, agreed. Let me double check we're all good on YouTube. Indeed, fantastic news. Good music.
Top Esports.
Let's go. Oh no, Trinity, surely not. Oh, well, if you've got the feeling, go get that check for me, mate, will you? Hope you're alright. Yeah, good on you, mate.
WBG 斯卡杰杰 L 二哈
The Elimination Specialist versus Weeby Gooners. Crafted Hero, really? Weeby Gooners.
奶油 Green
Hey, Bintalus, good to see you.
方月队长369，欢迎来到苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆。
Pros are not having a working immune system.
第7日的比
Yeah.
赛 WBG 对阵滔博即将开始。
Xiao, who's an Arsenal fan? I mean, goated for that. God bless Raya from last night, by the way. Lord almighty, did we need him to make some saves. Do I play RE9? Alex will be playing RE9 after this stream. So he'll be finishing up RE9 today. RE9 is getting finished today. So there will be some Resident Evil post-stream. But that is not happening right now, and hopefully the category has changed. It was basically just not changed from the end of yesterday's stream, so it should be fun. Can I give you a random as hell fact? You absolutely can. Please do, Trinity. We are about to end the draft, so now is the time. Scubs, tell me you aren't a Tottenham fan. We can see penguin poop from space. I suppose it would be very coloured on what would be a very white background. All good. Hey, Charles. Afternoon. Stripes. Hey, Scanner. There is a world why they've signed Chachi for 3 years to keep him out of the pool from other teams. Leaves a sort of skid mark. Oh, good grief. Because they travel in such a big group, they end up with that kind of like skid mark from space. Oh, good lord. Good afternoon, baby no pounds. Of course, a pleasure. A pleasure. Right, that sounds like draft music to me. Our first draft here for Weibo versus Top Esports. Weibo banning second Top Esports, sorry, banning first Top Esports, banning second does likely mean Weibo, despite being on blue side, will have first pick. Unara Panthan Renekton. That is meaning Oriana is likely getting through here. Shahu and Cream both play that very well, as will be Azir. So we're seeing an Azir Oriana game first up. Varus banned, so yes, it will be. Oriana lot. Now, you probably do have to pick up the Jarvan at this point. There's no Rumble to go with it. But I think you are obligated to an early Jarvan. Shinsao Jarvan. Sorry, not Shinsao Jarvan. Jarvan Azir. You could Shinsao here if you really want. It's not bad into the Jarvan. Can punish the Oriana early. But I think giving J4 Ori feels like a very difficult thing to do at this point in draft. But they're going to go for the Shinsao option. A bit more aggressive into the Oriana. The Crescent Guard plus the Empress Dividers could disengage. Duels well with the Jarvan. But then they're not going to bother with the Jarvan. They're going to go for the Vi instead of Vi and Bessa. So that way they've got a fuller combo. Right, so 2 ball carriers, and basically you put the Oriana ball on top of the Vi, and that means the Oriana Shockwave and the Ambessa ult don't go wide. So that was the decision. Knowing that, does 369 want to pick a carry into the Ambessa, knowing it's a bit wild? He has liked to pull out a carry every now and then once he knows the matchup early. Gwen would certainly be that. Maud's always been a 369 specialty as well, but again, we'll hold. These are just hovers for now, and they are fun ones. But there it is, Mordekaiser, a 369 classic counter pick. Ambessa not able to follow up on the Vi if she's trapped inside the Death Realm. Ambessa not the strongest early laner until she can get bullied around if she ends up getting hit by too many of those Qs. The mobility needs to be used well to avoid the kind of big skill shots there. Go get some sleep, Trinity. Yeah, I kind of agree. The Azir didn't have to be immediately picked up, but part of the time is what you do is you match the pick that you have seen already, not to give the opponent effectively 2 free counter picks. So you nearly always match the first pick roll with your own, so you don't give up 2 free counter picks. So I get what the thought process is there, but often that is the case just because it's difficult to give up that amount of free information on the equivalent of red side counter pick, I suppose, side. Then you don't get your counter pick value. Excuse me. Double AD carry bans in the second phase is in the Kai'Sa and the Ashe, other side of the Poppy away. Nio would love to play it, 369. Unlikely to do that, obviously, with the Mordekaiser locked in. Obviously not Nio, it's with the Shinto, with a Fongyue pick, who has actually, now that I'm thinking it through a bit more, had some of the best Poppy performances we've seen in the league. The Sivir away from Jachi, which would be a really good hyperscaler option to go with the Azir. Ezreal, try and stay miles away from the Vi and the combo she will be bringing from the top side of the map. Very possible to drag Vi miles and miles away. Victor for Xiaohu would be unusual considering they've got the Orianna. You could justify the MF here because, again, much like with the Jarvan, basically you hang everything on the Vial, you press R at the same time she does, and theoretically blow the person up. The problem with Vi is it's a very real world where the Ambessa, the Vi goes too deep for the Misfortune ult to realistically follow. So they'll get that, and basically they now have a fair amount of wombo. Everybody's bringing some damage. Yeah, they've got damage, judges, assuming you're not being sarcastic. I mean, everyone's bringing damage right now. Nautilus for a bit more engaged, does pair well with the Vi and the Ambessa in terms of that single target, absolutely delete them angle. It's a little single target from Weibo, but if that single target is in the midst of everyone, the shockwave bullet time will cause strife. Braum or Alistair would be my suspicion here. Basically because you need someone to stand in front of the person who's been Vi-ulted and try and punt away some of the divers. Slash Braum shield some of the ultimates. So they're going to go for the Alistair. Allows you to be a bit more proactive. Pairing for the Jhin Sao to go forward as well with on that one. Does have that option to play that bit more aggressively than the Braum. On a more regular basis anyway. I will run a few ads before we get into game. Let's check volumes on... Yeah, we're fine there. Cool. So, top esports. It is a front to back. We're trying to play with some of that range advantage. The Mordekaiser is there to pull apart the combo. If you can take away the Vi, if you can take away the Orianna, they're not going to enjoy that 1v1. But otherwise, it's a pretty straightforward front to back with some ability on your carries. Try and play for the outrange. Whereas we look at Weibo's comp, all in on that Vi Orianna comp. You've got the Cease and Deceased combo. Vi plus Ambessa with the public execution, the Cease and Desist, combining to basically be nigh unblockable, nigh undodgeable. Vi ult means that Ambessa ult won't miss. You add an Orianna ball on top of it. Add a Misfortune bullet time. The person who you've decided to ult will have an exceptionally bad day. Dive and pick comp there. Can then top esports disengage well enough. But I think it is risky, I won't lie. Giving up that lethal a combo, the Orianna often just banned out for series, could be a risk. We'll let the Gyos play out. Continue from there. So, Shinsao starting on the Wolves, trying to be around for in case some bot side shenanigans happen. I suspect. Will have his blue buff warded, so probably do Wolves Gromp blue would be my suspicion. May want that blue buff regardless for helping the clear speed, so may just do Wolves into blue here. See what the decision making is. Eyes on that mini-map. Yeah, has gone towards the Gromp. Thought he might. Helps dodge the blue buff or the blue ward for a little bit for revealing themselves. Vi on that bot side of the map. Looks like both top junglers looking to path away from bot lane and maybe get involved with the slightly more volatile topside matchup. Weibo with the earlier spike here statistically. Again, it's basically when their champions come online, one item and level 6. And the dive comp onto one person is going to get really dangerous. Nice headbutt there from Fengyue. Later on, Azir Ezreal. There's a kind of double consistent DPS with good scaling. Becomes a little bit trickier to dive onto and ensure they die. So we will want to make sure that they accelerate well through the mid game where their comp is strongest. Weibo with the vote over top esports here, interesting. No trust in top esports from the fans. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying, Mecha, but I will say there is something for 369 really obligating him for a counter pick that has been a kind of staple angle of top esports this split. Ambessa did not enjoy that, and again it is 369 on the Mordecai. He's always been our Mord guy. There's the headbutt and the pulverize. Left in a tricky spot. The heals are popped. Elk did not enjoy that damage at all. Jachi then body blocked. Ura's going to have to flash. Nicely done. Trap the support away from the AD carry. That'll be flash and heal down from Ura. And trade for just the heal from Fengyue. Yeah, 369's always been pretty good at finding the teamfight angles on Mordecai's. Hex Flash. Jachi might not have some fun here. Headbutt pulverize into the wall. Look who else is here, though. There's the Vi Flash. And Jachi is good. The barrier helps him get first blood. Will die as a trade, but I appreciate Jachi for saying there's no way out, so we go in instead. And with Ura down, his summoner spells wasn't easy to pick up. Burns his barrier, burns his flash. So does Elk in terms of the barrier. But hey, you take what you can get there from a difficult position. Good gank from JJ at least ensures that Jachi will be losing the wave for all that he did get that first blood. And Elk also gets that return kill, so he's the one who gets to sit on that wave and not drop any far. It's a decent first back there from Jachi, who gets a sheen and a tear. Elk gets to reset as well. Picks up a full BF sword. Ooh. That used to be a serious breakpoint once upon a time. Hold for BF sword then back and feel very smug about yourself. The double ups will now be stinging real hard. Oh, I saw that miss on that minion. TP back in from Zucker, who's got the early Hex Drinker here into the Mordekaiser. We'll also have to lane into the Ambessa, not the Ambessa, the Azir later. So it does make some sense. Nio steaming across the map here. Looking to get around for this Scuttle Crab spawn and possibly a bot side play. Wards in the river stopped off. Here's JJ as well, so we'll have a 3v3 potentially bot side. Lane count from JJ. Straight through the river from Nio. Neither jungle knows what's going on. The double pulverize. The headbutt away onto Elk, who does have a flash. Maybe has to burn it. The audacious charge. Good route there with the staggering blows. Into the dredge line. Means Elk gets a double up. Nicely played there from Ura, and Fungiway is going to get another double pulverize that means nothing. The counter gank is always the deadliest, and Elk with the flash available gets away. Nice dredge line, but Jachi buffers through it going forwards. Looking to get on top of Elk, but he's body blocked by Ura. And Jachi may now be dead to JJ, who's looking for the return play. Staggering blows means there's no ability for Jachi to dodge. Can't quite get the kill onto Elk. And we'll go down to make it a 3 for none in the bot lane. Weibo come out well on top there. Elk looks at this with glee. 3-0 on the misfortune. And Jachi and Fungyue go, oops, another laning error. GG. Yeah, that's a pretty disastrous play, it has to be said. It looks decent enough when Fungiway gets the double pulverize. The issue is here that basically Nio uses the audacious charge to get on top of Elk, whereas I actually think he should have flashed to have the audacious charge and the mark still up on Elk to follow him after Elk flashes. The staggering blows interrupted, but it meant that the flash was nowhere near in range to get on top of the misfortune. No way he missed the W on the MF, did he? No. I'm sure I saw the mark. Tell me you didn't miss the point blank CC'd ult target of the MF. That would be a disaster. Great hook. And it was a really good body block after from Era to stop Jachi from getting the kill onto Elk. Stand between the Ezreal and the misfortune. No way to get that Mystic shot off. Very clean. Wubs going down now for Nio. No one really going to come over and contest. JJ happy enough to give those up. Wants to pick up some of his farm that he has lost for making some of these plays happen. And the grubs will be nice. Cream and 3 Stone have been laning fine. Slight discrepancy in both lanes, but nothing particularly notable. The problem, as we've said, is this bot lane where Elk is now up 500 odd gold. Oh dear. LPL is the most entertaining region by far, though. It's so ridiculous here. I love it. Hook buffered through this time by Jachi defensively. Good lord. Enjoying. Bonk. Maud counters me hard. He can put me in horny jail. Really? Really? That's you hear me out? The undead tyrant. You know what? You do you. And the CEO MF Adus, you're right. There's some truth in the fact that there is a world where Maud just says no in Death Realms Elk. Makes it impossible for him to get good value in a team fight. But that also means the Mordekaiser are striding through a bullet time, most likely, to get there. Do you watch LCS, LEC, LCK Grand Finals yesterday? Yes, I did. They were fantastic. Really good fun. LCS was wild. Cannot believe Cloud9 lost that way to Leon. Inspired just runs that region. The ending to KCG2 was incredible. Holy moly, caps at the Elder. Flash away from Jachi there. And thank you for the follow, Bostrom. Double flashes in the bot lane. GENG makes his presence known with Xiaohu on the rope. Niall will look for an invade here and look to pick up a Gromp or something. Playing for the follows, Schoolboy Huang. Chunk there on the 369 was pretty nasty. But we'll be able to reset here and probably pick up a little bit more AP on this reset. Assuming it'll be the Rift Maker first on the Mordekaiser. Wonder what the Hexplate build is still a thing on Mord. Is the reason why we don't stream LEC or LCK? Don't have the rights. Is the answer. Would be down to do some. But yep, not don't have the rights. Zucker bonked on the head by the Obliterate of the Mordekaiser. It's actually now getting ahead of Mortar 369 the way I didn't expect it would be happening quite so much. How that Hex Drinker really coming to fruition. 369 down a little bit more CS than I think he'd be hoping for. We'll be alright, I think. Especially as this wave crashes in. There you go. Dragon 1 went the way of Weibo Gaming. Still a couple minutes till the next one. Cream gets in to get a couple plates. Gets slowed. Has to flash the flash dredge line from Era. Vault Breaker flash. Cease and desist. Full send onto Cream, who will try and escape best he can with the Emperor's Divide. But the shockwave follows. And Cream is dead. The dive goes on for miles and miles. And Cream cannot swim far enough away from the shocks in the water. Who is the favoured team today? Relatively close. Relatively close. Fans favoured Weibo. I think... Oh man, it is close. If Elk pops off, then Weibo. Otherwise, I think Top Esports have been team fighting quite well, even if the drafts have been a bit intriguing. And 369's had a bit of an X factor to him. So relatively even, all things said and done. The fans were very Weibo favoured. 369's just thrown down the death roll. He's not winning. He's not winning at all. That's despite Zucker having burned his ultimate already. But yeah, 369 will need to reset. Does have an indestructible healing if he needs to. Ult for ult. Yeah, a bit of a weird split from Top Esports for sure. I think Cream is just dead again. Yeah, he is. Wow, and Elk has donated another. Weibo Gaming, where Elk gets a lead, tends to just win games. So this should just be, I think, the one game Cream jumped onto twice. What did I think of Dokla? Played very, very well yesterday. I actually think Thanatos kind of got gapped, which I was just not expecting in the slightest. The Rek'Sai in that last game really didn't work. If your name's not Flandre or maybe Keen, don't play it. Bit of a fight over the wards. Cream should just knock down this turret, or at least get a plate or two here. Remember, Nio did get the grubs to the team, so should be able to get a decent chunk there. Elk eats a bit of damage back from that Nash's, but not going to change the fact the dragon comes over. Xiaohu should, with that crystallized proc and the clockwork windup, just take down first turret for Weibo Gaming. Herald's going to go the way of Top Esports, so at least they trade back. Clip's done for Zucker. Makes him a fairly scary proposition, but first turret means more gold to Weibo Gaming, who are continuing to really get a decent lead in this game. Oh, we good? There we go. Clean feed stutter. We are still getting some audio. Oh, stuttering is happening. What's going on here? There we go. Hang on, we need to see what's going on because I think Cream was looking for a shuffle. The hook goes wide, puts Ura into the wall, trying to defend from Cream going forward. So that means Elk is likely dead. Shuffle to safety, but not before that last order comes on through. The shockwave is solid, but it doesn't really get the kill. Trying to disengage now, but Ura hooks to the wall. Interrupted with a wonderful pulverize from Fungyue. Oh, man. Fungyue, you were robbed of Rookie of the Split, my guy. You were... exceptional pulverize. Denies so much there, and Top Esports get a great team fight. I did say I like Top Esports teams fighting this split. It's all been really on Nio and Jachi not having bad early games, but when they get there, it looks so good. Elk is jumped on. They burn a lot to try and defend him. They can't. And that pulverize is just exquisite. Interrupts the Nautilus escape. Prevents any follow-up from the two other members. You can milk those for highlight reels. What you can do. Content from Fungyue. Cream gonna slide away. Fungyue may die, actually. The flash away from the public execution, throws up the sun disc, headbutt away, so has the pulverize. Zucker still thinking about going forward. The bullet time from Scream to step on into that. Oh, for a second or two, taken low but not down. A double up, I think, through the Alistair. Will chunk Cream out. There was an ult forced by the Alistair too. The Herald's been summoned. Essentially, it's a battle Herald. Nio does pick up that Skull Crab, but is now left alone in the 1v2. Crescent Guard will deny the shockwave, but not the damage after from inside the Thunderdome, and he goes down as well as Weibo Gaming roam up the river and continue the fight on another front. Herald does, in fact, go low. Jachi tried to look for the Orianna, did get it in the replay. So it was a 1v1 from Jachi, actually, to kill off Xiaohu, that lost the mid lane turret. Clearly respawned and then came back to that play. Didn't teleport to get there. Nicely done from Jachi. Missed that one of the chaos of the bot lane play. Ends it with Top Esports coming out 1-for-1, I suppose, from the extended play there. Slightly frustrating for Nio to die afterwards. Thought the play was over. Had the Herald to hand, did not. Slightly wasting the Herald there as well. I don't think it had a charge there onto the mid lane turret, because I'm fairly certain Jachi was the one who killed it with autos after, unless the Herald was used there. I didn't quite get the end of that play, so forgive me on that one. Another possible explanation for why the Herald was in the river. Weibo did have a nearly 3,000 gold lead, now down to 1,400, a lot more playable for Top Esports. Gold lead largely found for Xiaohu and Elk. Luden Shadow Flame for Xiaohu. He knows his job this game is blow people up with the Shockwave. He's sole AP as well. Collect a second for Elk. They really are all in on this 2-item spike. Out comes the wind, becomes lightning. Knocked up is Ura. Knocked down as well. Dragon spawn. Top Esports in the river. Weibo Gaming uninterested in playing for it. They already have two. They're looking to pick up some more gold while they can. Xiaohu will pick up that last rit of the outer turrets. Accelerate the gold lead a little bit here. JJ now on this Skull Crab. I don't think Top Esports are going to be able to get there and contest that. Top Esports and Weibo statistically relatively even here. Slight edge to Weibo Gaming from this game state. Going by the bot anyway. with the gold lead they have and the slight dragon advantage. I think that's not unreasonable. The only thing, as we've kind of seen, is I do think top esports comp will get more and more scary as the game goes on. The scaling is good, the disengage is good. The more we get towards those objective fights, the more I think top esports, more consistent damage, will have time to shine from the range it plays from as well. Not that Weibo won't have options. Again, their ability to full send, to pull the trigger. Very, very scary. And if they get to collapse on individual members before the battle lines are set up, very, very scary indeed. If you do get that wombo combo of the bullet time shockwave across some key members at once, the team fight is still more than playable for obvious reasons. Yeah, I do think that there's some good disengage options. Here we go. This might be the time we're talking about, though, as Nayo's left alone, and this is before the battle lines are set up, and everyone is there from Weibo Gaming. There is no Ezreal. There is no Azir. Mordekaiser was bot lane. And that's just Baron. That's not a 5v5, guys. They're going to TP in and try and play this out the back end of it. Burned a lot of ultimates to make this play. There's still a bullet time. And a cease and desist. Not entirely without options. Era off vision, looking for a potential flank angle. 369 goes to pull someone into the death run. Doesn't really find it. The bullet time after me. Zajachi is full of holes. He's Swiss cheese out here in China. 369 comes out of the death realm into the realm of the living and then is swiftly put back into the death realm a little more permanently. Cream needs to slide away. Doesn't have the damage there. Body blocks from Weibo Gaming. Find 2. Turn on the Baron. Find a bonus Mordekaiser and that Baron. Now the game is theirs to do with as they please. So, Fengyue and Nayo on vision. Not as safe as they think they are. They get teleported onto. Jachi roams over, but this is effectively a 3v4. And with the death of Nayo, it then basically becomes another 3v4. As Cream sort of turns up, but not really on a decent timer. Nayo doesn't Nayo doesn't TP in. 369 doesn't TP in. Nice vision control game. And the pick and burst of Weibo catches members out. In between those 5v5 moments, well done from them. Saka jumping forwards, very scary at this point on the Ambessa. More gets the darkness rising. With the Baron on top, should mean this tier 2 not long for the world. 369 and the rest of top esports uninterested in stepping forward into that wave and eating a lot of damage from a 3-item misfortune. Cream trying to cross map here a little bit. Does get a crystallized proc. He's got Nashes and 3 grubs, so does actually do quite a lot of work here to the turret. I think we'll get at least 2 plays. Needs to shuffle away. TP out. Should get out to safety. Yeah, gone before they can look to shockwave to interrupt. And Cream out to safety to get collapsed on there. We'll delay a little bit of this Baron shove as a result. Elk was already in the mid lane. Can look now to get into the enemy jungle. Pick up a few of those camps, get some wards down. At the very least, Nayo's cleaned up that jungle as best he can. 3rd item now done from Xiaohu as well. He's got the Banshee's Veil. Denies some of that potential turnaround pick. Denies an immediate flash ult. And Elk just annihilates Cream. As JJ flashes on in. Has got the cease and desist. The CC chain is brutal. And Cream dies for a 4th time this game. Had the arm guard, was given no moment to use it. 100 to 0'd. Of course, the cross of the CC. Crowd controlled. Say Weibo Gaming. And throwing some shades and don't look at the explosion. 7,500 gold up, 15 seconds to Dragon, which would be sole point. In firm command of this game now are Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming and their vision control been so good this split. Ult is forced from Zucker there as Dragon comes on forwards. I don't think it'll be that problematic. At least you earn a win there without having to burn any ults there from top esports, who are, by the looks of it, interested in fighting here. They want to get a 5v5, not have one yet. Off vision is the Alistair. There's a Mega Blast Cone. Now they know that he's there. Mega Blast Cone denied. Flash on the Alistair allows him to potentially jump forwards anyway. No longer allowed to go for that flank angle. Zucker with no ultimate. What's GG? Can he find an angle in? As the bullet time comes across. Dragon secured by GG. Smikey is good. Fengyue left on 10% HP. The Crescent Guard comes on down. Zucker left low. Flash for the sweeping. Emperor's Divide will lead to nothing. Dies alone as a flash coming up. Fengyue re-engages in a bit of a perplexing moment. The Death Realm is down, but I don't think the kill is going to happen within it. It's Xiao who just stands and delivers a triple kill to Elk on the Bounty Hunter from Bilgewater. She'll claim a few more bounties, a few more paydays, as Top Esports left with only Jachi alive. Soul Point, base about to crumble. At least an inhibitor here. Can Jachi hold the line? No True Shot Barrage, but no Baron. The wave must be cleared. Fengyue respawns. Should be enough, I think, at this point to hold even the inhibitor, so they won't push any further. Look to jump onto Jachi. Interested in the reset, in a Baron, and an end of the game. Baron in 5. Will be our next port of call, I suspect. Fengyue on a flank angle. This is not Baron. Why are we fighting over here? You don't have to go in there, Weibo. Flash for the Death Realm. Looking to split Elk off from the fight. But he's just losing the 1v1 to the Mordekaiser. Zucker blows up Cream, even in the 4v4. 369 comes out, goes golden, goes down. The Shockwave after disengages Fengyue. At least the cease and desist goes... Sorry, public execution goes wide. The problem is the rest of the fight goes wrong. Top Esports gamble on one last team fight and lose everything. They all in. And unfortunately for them, Weibo's Gaming have the dead man's hand, which is a little ironic considering there's a Mordekaiser on the other team. To the Baron we go instead. This game is all but over. Top Esports drafted for the team fights, never really got to do them. Lost out to Weibo Gaming's impeccable vision control as ever. A few too many times. Here we go again. I think that might just be a bit of a... Oh, wonderful play! Jachi is eviscerated as from downtown GG lands a cease and desist with a little assistance from Era. The rest of the fight continues in the 4v5. Top Esports desperate to get onto Elk, but at this point, Xiao is just so dangerous. Elk with the barrier, with the Bloodthirster, will win these 1v1s. He kites, he triple kills. He finds himself another... A full house. 2 to Zucker, 3 to Elk. And the game ends here. A 13-kill game for the Misfortune. 26 kills for Weibo Gaming. It's been a bloodbath. But it's been the blood of Top Esports that's been spilled on the floor. And they will have to go back to the drawing board and climb out of the hole they find themselves in this game. Reset for game 2. Because Weibo, make no mistakes about it, are winning game 1. It was one of those games where after the early lane went so wrong, Weibo Gaming just did not give up an advantage. Elk with a lead will always be scary for this team. He has been so damn good about getting leads and being incredibly oppressive with them. When it's gone wrong, then we have more questions, but never doubt Elk with the lead. So good from them today to get him rolling. The counter pick of the Mordecai didn't really work out, and we never saw Top Esports really get a team fight from anything resembling an even platform. We said actually the ease of execution on Weibo's comp in the mid game could prove problematic, especially from the lead they got. It did, is the answer. All right, folks, I'm Initialise. You may well see me here every single day of the week, casting with Nymaera, aside from Sundays. I take Sundays off, so most days of the week. However, we as a channel are here every day of the week, casting League of Legends here in the LPL. It's a pleasure to be here, offering you all of this regular insight into the game, insight into the league. Thank you for being here with us. For those of you who don't know who we are, we're brothers. We cast League of Legends together. It's just me today as Alex is taking first couple games off to save his voice and take a little bit of a break, get a bit of an extended lie-in in, which is always nice when he's off on the one, is setting up the PC and having things rolling and ready to go. But what that also means is, guys, I'm going to need you to all subscribe to the channel. Do it. Hit the sub button. Support us here where and when you can to ensure that you do not get adverts. We're going to get adverts happening very, very shortly. There is also a Ko-fi link for those of you who'd like to donate to the Ko-fi, which would be awesome. So please do consider donate to that. If you're on YouTube and want to help out that way, if you don't want ads, as I said, subscribe. Twitch Prime is a free sub every month. Consider using it here. Why wouldn't you? You avoid all the ads. Get to support some awesome content creators in the League of Legends space. Until then, we hit that button. There's the damage. I'll turn the camera off so we can see some of these post-game stats. The subs are the ones who hold the power in this relationship. Yep, says Mecha, gifter of all subs, laughing maniacally as he pulls the strings. Yeah, that's just a big damage diff, isn't it? Cream got mashed in the mid game as well. Look, the early game was great to get Elk ahead, but then JJ just turned up on repeat in mid lane with Era and put Cream into the dirt. 1-7-1. Oh dear, Cream. But don't get me wrong, it was very good from Weibo to continually make the Azir's life hell. But you have the arm guard and never break it despite dying 7 times. Yeesh. This is the play that was really sad. Strut is ridiculous. Elk gets to run away. Oh man, this was nearly brilliant. As Era doesn't interrupt the look in. That means they do pick up Elk. You're thinking, oh, okay, this is what we wanted to see from Top Esports. But no, good re-engage there. Made it the 1-for-1. But this was a wonderful 3-man poll. Era tried. Not a bad game from him on the Alistair, has to be said. Ooh, boy. Man, Fungiway tries to go in. Pulverizes Elk back in. Like, he really did try, didn't he? Trying to push bait here. And again, like, imagine the game was a bit more even, but an Elk wasn't so fed that he could 1v1 a Mordekaiser from 2 levels down. That's horrifying. Cream Akali or Silas into Ari Prage? Yeah, that might be the angle. Really lovely from Era there to get on top of Jachi as well, flashing over the wall. Again, the vision control, they knew exactly where the Ezreal was. Alright, folks, I need to go grab myself a coffee. I'll turn the camera back on so we don't get done in by weird ads. Not weird ads, weird, like, YouTube strike things that get really weird about it. Actually, I need to also do this. Drop this. Do we have Spotify up? We do. 1 second. Sessions Diana. There we go. That way we don't get done in by weird adverts in the break. And I shall return shortly. It'll be JJ's player of the game. Had a very good game on the Vi, to be fair. I wondered whether it might be Elk, because obviously he got very fed. But in fairness to him, JJ was all over the map. Great plays through mid. Helped set things up through bot. Can't really ask for much more from the Vi. Good stuff from him. Oh, hello folks. Sorry, I had a bit of a minute there in real life. Don't worry about it. We're here for draft anyway. I can turn the music off. Good lord. Talk about needing to do things immediately. Right, sorted. Do apologise for that one, guys. Let's make sure we've got some volumes on so we can hear what's going up. Check in with draft. I do indeed return. Won't happen again, folks. But let's have a look in here at this draft. So, Weibo on blue, Top Esports on red. Top Esports with first pick, I believe here. Or rather, we'll have counter pick, I apologise. Top Esports with that counter pick, because again, I think that's the decision here. I get a little bit confused now with the way the bands work. I have to like second guess myself. Still, Rumble, Nocturne, Cassio. Nocturne versus Rumble, very good combo. Xiaohu with the Cassiopeia counter into the Rise. Niall's gone towards an Neferi, does love that as a carry option. He was a bit of a Neferi player back in the day. The Caitlyn Kaiser away from Elk. Two big lane dominant counter pick options. They're going to pick up the Nami. We'll have counter pick here. It's Corki Nami, means very difficult to beat in lane. The Yunara already banned. There is no Varus, that's also off the table. In fact, it's 4 AD carry bans for Top Esports, plus an extra from Weibo. Is it just a Jhin or a Sivir? I think the Jhin gives them some CC, which they are lacking. The Sivir is better wave clear and safety. Well, more damage too. You are going to need some dive follow-up from Era, but the Nautilus gone already. Can't Ezreal with this, because that's already gone. But Enchanter to match the Enchanter. They are going to be a bit limited on gauge here, Weibo. I'm not sure about that. Yes, Nocturne can pull the trigger. But the CC after is relatively limited. Honestly, the people that follow up are relatively limited. Yes, you have an equalizer. Jhin at this point. Jhin Karma? I suppose you could speed him up for the 4th shot. Fair enough. Well, there's your CC and follow-up, right? Basically, the double long-range artillery pieces of the Rumble ult as your bombing run, plus the Jhin shots as your mortar option allow you to follow up on the Nocturne dive. Sante gives you some front line. Will be fine. Into the Rumble, you lose fate. You can win early on. Eventually, the Rumble becomes annoying. But there's your front line. I think Top Esports, I think I prefer their draft, honestly. Double carries in the Rise of the Corki, relatively safe. Got yourself a Tidal Wave and a Hound's Pursuit to get in on the Nocturne or the counter dive there. I think the range discrepancies of Weibo are a little bit weird. The Cassiopeia is good into the Rise, but I don't really see how else it plays into the game. Maybe you can catch out the Neferi diving in inappropriately. And in fairness, the Corki and the Rise are relatively short range, and if you can play with the Jhin range, maybe you got some options there. But I do think that is... I'm not as sold on the Weibo comp there. See what this Jhin Karma can do, maybe with a bit of follow-up to that Nocturne with the priority earned. You can get some things happening at the level 6, but I do think these Nocturne ults need to be very good, because I don't think it's as simple as just pulling the trigger and having everyone press R at the same time. We're on a last-minute block of ads here, so we get ready for the Rift. Giles are caring. Chunks come down. So, I think Korkinami... Wow, they're really favoring Weibos here statistically, huh? Better earlier than later on. Guess the power of the scaling from a Cassiopeia and the Rumble just in general being strong is a bit much to manage. I wonder whether the combos are a little bit janky from Weibo. Don't get me wrong, the Jhin and the Rumble can at least follow up on the Nocturne, but I think Nocturne's going in a lane. There's no Orianna with it. There's no Akali or anything like that. And that is always a bit of a nerve for me. Said it first wired. Elk is one of our better Jhin. Him and Jackie Love were probably my two favorite Jhins in the region. Gala's pretty solid as well, but that's just Gala. Thank you for the follows, by the way, Scorza, Kana, Pepe, Chillins. Weibo the better team, though, even if the draft is a bit scuffed. I think it's relatively close. I think Weibo are, on the whole, one of our better warding teams, and I do think on the average of the split, they've been better. Especially because people like Jachi, Nayo can have really, really abysmal early games to put themselves in a very difficult position. JJ hit from off vision, doesn't get hit by the second Dark in daggers, though, so should be just fine. Bit of a look here into the jungle. Now he's going to nab away this blue buff. Basically because because JJ did a bit of a weird old split on the map. Very odd indeed. Yeah, you can see Nayo doesn't have a blue buff. JJ got that invade off. Missed that at the level 1. I think I was not sure what I was looking at. Bot lane prio, I think, mostly. Nayo can still come and fight over these. May actually look to do that. JJ's around. Nayo's leaving again. Really delaying some of these clears. Does Nayo want to stick around? I don't think he does. So JJ is happy enough to come fight for these. 369 shoved on him. Not sure what Nocturne is here for. He got away with it. He gets the camps. And Nayo's just going to be down a camp or so here. .369 does some of that bonking. Bonk. Bonk. Not too much. Oh, hang on. I say not too much. Now you end up face checking JJ. Good observer toggle there. I was like, why have they toggled that? Oh, yeah, JJ's in a bush. Not really sure what Nocturne is. I'm here for the comp, not for the right. That makes sense. Apologies, I missed the context of them. Thank you, Mecha. 369 goes all out. Zucker does still have that equalizer, not forced to burn it. What's happening bot lane? JJ with another wraparound. Nayo not here. Fungyue has to flash out. Ensure that he's behind Jachi to give himself a speed up. Flash burned alongside the heal from Fungyue. Makes him a little bit more vulnerable now, to say the least. Gonna have another look in here. Jachi needs to back away probably here. Fungyue's just gone. Doesn't have the flash. Nice repeat gank from JJ. Nayo's not there. Was resetting. And again, the bot lane pressure from JJ is giving Elk and Ura so much license to get ahead of the curve. And we have seen Jachi and Fungyue have very fragile laning phases. Punishable by teams. Even if mechanically they are willing to take the knife fights. When it goes wrong, it tends to go very, very wrong. Indeed it did. Bungyue gets sniped out briefly. Not going to lead to too much, though. Chunks there onto the poor Cassante. Gets hit by that equalizer. Should be fine under the turret with that Negatron cloak, but Dragon now starts. Does Nymaera want to come over and fight this? There's a Paranoia on JJ. Where's his bot lane? Coming up now. Okay, now this gets interesting. Split fight. Dragon taken, fight after. In comes the Paranoia. Remember, there's still some follow-up, and there. In theory, not quite here yet. JJ will be traded, so 1-for-1 right now as Jachi goes right into the backline. He's got the Gatling gun rolling, and Elk goes down. They kill off the Nami, but the damage is still there, and Jachi says, oh no, you don't. Now Era under this turret. Gonna try and get some healing off with the renewal. Likely fall here to the fast bomb. Nayo will die and knows it. So ends up being a 2-for-3. But still a win for top esports in terms of the kills. Should be able to clear out that wave, get a plate, and then reset. Dragon at least goes to Weibo Gaming. A lot of ults burned. The Nocturne gets ahead of Kev. To those grubs we go. Mash him. Have a look at this replay. In comes JJ. Has the spell shield so doesn't get interrupted by the tidal wave. But then he's just very deep. No way out. Very easy reset for Nayo with the Hound's Pursuit. Jachi's jumped in with the barrier. Has the Gatling gun rolling across two members. And the damage dies. Nayo knows he's dead under the turret, but helps set up Jachi for another kill. And that gets 2 kills onto Jachi, who's now very ahead of Kev, and that makes him feel a lot better. And poor old Elk's going, hang on, I was doing really well in this laning phase, what gives? What gives? Don't think it's going to lead to too much trouble down here right now. No, it's not. There we go. Cassiopeia. Not had that much advantage into Cream right now. Mid lane, we don't really see much of it. The Cassiopeia has just been laning as ever. Cream and Shahu pretty much even, farming up a storm. Equalizer comes on down on top of 369, who looks for an Untofo Strikes Part 3 with that pullback, can't quite find it. There's the Pathmaker into the All-Out. Looks for a bit more. That means ult's traded in general here. Can look to turn around here still, maybe has to. Where's the Nocturne? Coming down on top of this Cassante, who's not got all that much tankiness, does a decent job of pulling back too. JJ takes a turret shot. Zucker under the turret. Will likely die, but no. Flashes before the turret can aggro onto him and gets that kill. Nicely played by Weibo Gaming to bring down the Cassante. Cream maybe looking to realm warp up top. Can he catch someone here? He is. He's going to look to catch someone out. He's going to be quite deep. There might be some fear here. Needs to get another auto. Can't get the overload over JJ's head. Will force a delayed reset. There is a teleport on this Rumble, though, so we'll get out. Nice body blocking from JJ there. Stopped that last overload coming on forwards and claiming Zucker's life. Nayo's mid lane will claim up that wave. Then get out of there. Get out of there! First item's largely getting completed here. It's a much more even game. And again, I need to see Weibo make things happen in this mid-game. I saw that statistical analysis earlier, and I wasn't sold by it. Jachi with the lead gives some good tools for 12 Esports to play around in this mid-game. Eclipse done for the Fury. Hex play done for JJ to pull the trigger regularly. And in fairness, if Weibo can collapse and collapse fast, between an equalizer and a curtain call, they can probably blow up most targets not named Cassante in a fairly short order. Dragon started. I don't think Weibo want to pull this trigger. They're debating it, I suppose, with a paranoia, but Jachi just says, yeah, go on, bet. Cream needs to back away from the Twin Fangs, but has got a phase rush and does so. Thank you for the follow, Fake PJ. Welcome in. I appreciate you. I do. Here comes the tidal wave. Flash away, JJ looking to bring down this Nami. And there's the counter punch. JJ having a great showing now on this Nocturne. Bit of vengeance for the early bot side skirmish. Xiaohu gets an assist on that last one. JJ now 3-1. Cream trading onto Elk. 2-level advantage allows him to win that chunk war. Now you're looking to potentially jump onto Zucker in Penance. Another play elsewhere. There are 3 grubs for Weibo, so I think this Cassiopeia should just pick up this bot side turret. And that was really good from Weibo to get themselves a lead. Cream's got a Realm Warp though. TP as well. They want to punish Xiaohu for sticking around for that turret. They weren't playing for the top lane. And Cream should pick up pretty easy kill onto the Cassiopeia. In fact, they're donating it over to Cassante, who now needs to reset and get top lane. The resets occur. JJ comes strolling across that bot side river. Are we having a forbidden romance between Xerath and Amber in chat? What's going on here? And Amber has a hammer. Yeah, exactly. Be careful what you're starting up in chat, guys. There's bannable offenses going on. Could be 3-0 or 1-3. Yeah, we'll see. Weibo with a slight gold lead here. It's not game winning. Don't perpetuate this. I don't know what's going on. Just stirring the pot a little bit. Sorry, Amber. Nio debating a play here, but overcomes the paranoia. The problem is there's a dog this time to try and turn this around. Yeah, but Rumble. Yeah, but Rumble, we're not seeing the Nocturne come in for team fights. It really has been these side lane plays where it's been very successful. Weibo playing out this wider map state very well this series. Another good kill, despite Nayo being around to potentially punish. Does not work out in the slightest. Potential fight here onto JJ. Does get out. Flashes away. Doesn't get Hound's pursued to death. Will need to burn that flash, but is alive. Deadly Flourish doesn't quite catch anyone as yet. Crescent Guards. Not Crescent Guard. Phosphorus Bomb. Very much different option. Tidal Wave dissolves the disengage a little bit. JJ low and down. Second Dark Daggers lead in, bleed now. Nayo will likely die here in trade. Both junglers traded in. All the while, Cream gets a shove topside. Will likely need to leave soon. Does. And we're trying to figure out whether she can ban hammer the streamer. Yeah, it's so true. Sending pointed messages to Alex to ban me IRL. Here in the YouTube chat with third-class citizens and the slums have no laws. Where's Jackie Love? Yeah, health issues on a break. His hearing is apparently struggling. Well, hopefully the time off has helped with that. I actually didn't know that's what it was about, so that's good to know. Thank you, Ona. Yeah, YouTube chat laughing at the chaos of Twitch chat. There you go. Yeah, YouTube chat. What the hell is going on in Twitch chat? You guys don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Dragon does go down top esports, by the by. It's Infernal Rift. So can theoretically be relatively scary here. Here we go. Goodbye. Wee, all the burn. Oh, he's close. What HP? 85. No, not even that. I think it was 60 something. Out from the Herald pit goes Nayo. Jachi's still in here. Does have a Valkyrie. Is going to need to burn it. Now they can't really get back in. So yes. Nicely done from Weibo Gaming. Good retake on the pit. Elk left low. Buffers through some of the Deadly Flourish threatened, but Elk left at about a third. Overcomes 369 actually, the equalizer on the wave. Splits Cream off a little from his team. Don't know how much he cares quite yet. Deadly Flourish tags him. Not any more than that though. TP in. Think we're fine. Oh, hang on. Flash, smite. Out gets Nayo. Still vulnerable to some of this CC. Again, doesn't have the Mercury treads yet. Building towards it to deal with some of this pick CC of things like the Deadly Flourish and the Fear. 369 doing his best to body block forwards. Weibo Gaming still at this point with enough damage to threaten. So the damage will be low forever. Cream is side laned well. Tries to hit the overload. Can't quite have it with the Miasma. Scary. So the Rise won't step onto it for too long. Nayo ends up getting chunked quite low here. Zucker summons a Herald into the mid lane. Battle Herald angle, Nio on about 2/3. And Elkin actually doing a very good job of chunking here, which I wasn't necessarily expecting. Battle Herald angle, they are looking for it. Fungyue might be in danger. Hang on! Jumps across multiple members! Whoa, 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 whoa! Zucker helps bring down the Corki. Just says, I can be the engaged tool myself. Nicely done. Equalizer now after. Fungyue left low. Deadly Flourish. Won't quite bring down the Nami, but is left on blinking health bars. And that'll be the mid turret falling as well. Very clean from Zucker. Some Shanghai drifting going on. In comes the Paranoia, and Cream is down as well, and Weibo have decided they've had enough of this game being a stalemate. Find a wonderful series of plays. 2 for none plus the mid lane turret of some excellent drifting with the Herald. Out comes that Herald as we saw, and Zucker goes, I see the angle here. Jumps in to avoid a potential CC chain from 369 and then goes, got this. Fungyue thinks he's in danger, then no, it's not him. It's Jachi. Oh. Exquisite. Nio at least gets Zucker there. That's good stuff. Necessary, actually, because Baron didn't go down either. Do they want to threaten that? I don't think they've quite got the Baron damage right now. They'd rather play the map a little wider. Weibo with a decent percentage chance to win here. 14 seconds on the Dragon. Paranoia into the backline. Oh my days, that bird! Overcomes Xiaohu. Collapses to mid lane. Leaves the bot lane dead in the water. Strike breaker value, and Xiaohu's damn fast on this snake. Tidal Wave not enough to disengage through the spell shield. Now the Baron happens in a 3v4. Nio does not have the Hound's Pursuit quite yet. Teleport back in. Potentially in danger to Nio, who will still get the root down. The Deadly Flourish after, keeping this hot dog out of the Baron pit. 3-6 down low, looking to threaten with an all-out. Looking to turn around. There's the Hound's Pursuit onto Xiao, who is immuning. The ultimate is the Nio! Stealing the Baron after immuning the Petrifying Gaze. The call of the pack was good. That's what we tried to say mid-fight. Baron stolen and the heist is complete. Weibo think they could turn onto this Neferi, but no, no, no. Excellent work to ensure an incredible win there from Top Esports. Will get themselves soul point after as well. Oh, Weibo Gaming, what have you done? In the blink of an eye, what felt like a wonderful game state for Weibo Gaming goes so wrong. Nio is effectively kept out of the pit. Hound's Pursuit, immediate call of the pack to immune the Petrifying Gaze, wins the smite fight. Down to 1100 HP when the smites come through. In fact, I think his... Yeah, no, there was no smite used, I think. Going off that observer there from Zhe. Oh, dear. Normally so good with the spike key. This time around, loses the flip. And Top Esports are eating the burgers. In we go. A little bit of a luck in there. It's Zhe. Forced to pull back away. 369. Tagged but not dropped. And this earns you a lot of gold. The minion waves things make things trickier, and Nocturne so less good on the defensive option. Curtains get called. 369 body blocking everyone, lining up behind to prevent too easy a shooting gallery. Rise gets the tier 2 while all that's happening. Curtain called down, and again, it's a collector rapid fire build. Great for the utility, the damage, questionable. Especially once you lose your advantage in the game. These turrets should fall in short order and do. Zucker threatening. Here we go. Paranoia to the back line. Cheer. Deep. Got the GA. Flash away from the Corki. GA broken. Look at Cream on a flank angle. Potentially looking for a roll warp or a flash. The miasma's down. That gives him a lot more license. Throws down the Ghost. Now Weibo on the retreat. The Petrifying Gaze catches onto one. But they can't follow up. The Seraph shield keeps him up and rolling. There's a shield from the Karma with a little bit of inspiration. But they still lose a member. Elk. Going to be killed. Turned into hunting game. The base gets broken, and Top Esports find themselves with a broken base in multiple angles. Inhibitor turret in top lane, Inhibitor itself in mid down. Cream now comes careening across. Baron will wear out. We've got about a minute and a half until Dragon. That, I think, will be the break point. Serpent's Fang for Jachi early to deal with all the shields. Yeah, that makes sense. Scrap shields. Seraph shields. And, of course, Karma. Cheap Spike. Got yourself a Last Whisper as well to help deal with some of that tankiness on top of everything else. Not too much happening for a second or two here. Weibo Gaming, for once, not having fantastic vision control at this point. So funny to me that this Corki observer bug exists after all this time. That just tells me it's hard to fix, is the answer. There's something weird with the spaghetti there. Third item done for Elk. He's got Collector Lord Dom through all the pen in the world. Helpful into the Cassante-ish, but really, Jin's not threatening Cassante until a lot later. Here we go. Top Esports deciding to threaten very fast. Zucker pulled away with an all-out. The Redemption will tank a lot of the damage from the Equalizer. And again, the composition from Weibo Gaming from this point in the game, not having anywhere near as much fun. At all. Oh. In comes the Paranoia. Split apart just a little bit. Zhe will die, but so does Corki. What about the backline? 369. The Hound's Pursuit reset. Shahu now trying to turn this around, but remember, with no Petrifying Gaze, he just dies. And Nayo has more than enough damage to help threaten that one. It is, in fact, the Nami that gets the kill with an ebb and a flow. 3 dead for Weibo Gaming for the temerity of killing Jachi. And that will be Soul for Top Esports. No way out on that one for sure. To the Baron we go. Top Esports taking it down. Paranoia is not available for 8 seconds. Won't matter anyway. I don't think the Nocturne would get in range, not level 16 anyway. And Baron's gone before the cooldown was even up. Actualizer, Verdant Barrier for Cream makes him an absolute terror at this point as well. The resets come on forward. This game all but over in favor of Top Esports. I'm not really seeing the angle out here, I have to admit. Some chunks happening. There's actually top esports just around here. Wait. We're thinking of diving this. No, we're not. I think Weibo wise in their retreat. Oh. 369 gets hit by that deadly flourish. Chunk onto Elk. Ow! Such a corky rocket. I think the anti-heal version of the Last Whisper. Forgive me, I forgot the name of it briefly. Not Lord Dominic's regards. Mortal Reminder. There we go. Wise this game. Into a fair amount of healing. From a Karma in particular. Nice to see that delayed. 2 inhibitors down. All inhibitor turrets down. Nexus under siege. Deadly Flourish lands. It's only on to 369. The person who can most able to tank that up. Banshee's fully completed. Cream, not easy to pick off at this point. Weibo's comp felt a little bit janky to me. It's felt a little bit janky once it's fallen behind. There were some good moments earlier on. The paranoia buys some time. But it's a Guardian Angel that's broken. But I don't know what this Angel on your shoulder can say aside from, I don't know, better luck in the next life. They do actually manage to get the Rise back. That's something. The problem is the rest of the team is melting away. The bot lane of Weibo Gaming must stand against 4. Pull back with the Atofo strikes. Elk does pop Jachi. Credit to him. But it is a final hurrah in a game that is lost. And goes to top esports. We even up the series 1-1. Not bad. Not bad at all. Top esports, I think, had the better team fighting comp. Had a comp we liked more in terms of what it offered, how easy it was to execute around objectives, and how it dealt with some of the slightly awkward dive combinations from Weibo Gaming, whose drafting was a bit of an eyebrow rise in this one. Did not work out. Weibo Gaming threw the game of the first Baron. Yep, agreed. The moment that Baron went wrong, it fell apart. Because again, Weibo were in a good position in this game. Don't forget that. Despite some of the compositional issues, we still saw a lot of good paranoias in the side lanes, where it wasn't such an issue in those team fights, and they played well with that. Then the 4v3 at the Baron went really wrong, and Nio with a clutch steal got top esports the feet under them that allowed them to win the game. So it's not as simple as saying, oh, compositional difference. That's not true either. Weibo actually were very much in position to win this game. The problem is once that game fell away from them, their options to come back felt quite limited that game for them. Right, let me run some adverts. If you don't want adverts, subscribe. Subscribe and you get no ads. That's the way it works. Twitch Prime is out there. You know what you need to do. Otherwise, you can donate via the Ko-fi link. Other way to support us. In fact, let me put the Ko-fi over. No, what have I done? How have I done? Ko-fi. This is also a great way to support us if you are on the YouTube chat. Best of 5, babe. Not best of 3 for those of you coming in. No, best of 5. So, at least 2 more games to go. Let me turn the camera off so you can see the various stats. Whoa. Despite going for a sting, or mosquito bill, that Chalk's still doing a fair amount of damage. Credit to it. None of the mid laners were that involved in the fights. They were all side laning the entire game. Screaming on through there. JJ falls out. Damn dangerous. Xiaohu just runs at people. So White with thinking, you know what, with all these speed ups actually, the Cassiopeia getting involved quite well. Another good moment here, right? Actually, take that back. It's the turnaround there that ends up being nice because obviously JJ dies to begin with. Easy dub at the end of it all. This is where things got a bit dicier. Baron was on, JJ went in and went, ah, this time I don't have the follow-up, just dies. Valiant effort at the back end of this. Elgachi ended getting Jachi here is kind of funny to me. Which gets his fourth shot on. Bop. Nice. It'll be Nio as player of the game. Yeah, well, he's the one who stole the Baron, to be fair. Really important from him. Played a solid game on the Neferi. Early on, JJ was still getting the better of him a little bit, I fear, but you know. It is. Didn't like to get fun. Da 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 da. Ba da ba ba da ba. Ba da ba ba da ba da. Anyway, let's turn this music off. Just want you to know, very similar chord sequence to Get Lucky by the band Daft Punk. I enjoyed that. I hope you did as well. Hey, don't give yourself up yet. Need to turn the camera back on so we don't get done in by adverts. What? Do I need a coffee refill? No, I don't. Good news. Oh, well, we are at least getting another game here. Well, another 2 games. Which is probably about what we were expecting. I was expecting a relatively close series today, I have to admit. On a personal level, I was expecting a close series. Chair ads. Do you need to make the cam big? I actually don't know. I think it is quite big. I can make it bigger. Probably move it around. That might not be a bad shout though. Hang on, where's my... Okay. No, this one. There we go. It's a bit bigger. Move it around. Move that over here anyway. Where's my... Oh, no. Yeah. There we go. We'll do that. Large Cam Sam. That's what they call me. It's a bit too big now. Hang on, we go. I know it's Alex, so that's completely fair. You know, basically to help make sure it looks like me and not as something that can be construed as like ad stuff, basically. Is loser eliminated? Yes, it's lower bracket. If you lose now, you're gone. If you lose now, you're gone. Curex ad is crazy. Sometimes after a game like that, you just need some protection. Now I have to call you Large Cam Sam now, so why is everything I say suspicious, chat? Why am I a suspicious human being? What have I done to earn this suspicion? That's what LCS stands for. Exactly. Exactly. It stands for Large Cam Sam. I'm glad you understand that. That's really important. You were born with younger brother, it's hard coding to be a shitter. It's true. It's true, it's true, it's true. The theories are true. Sam is large, hell yeah. What? Every chat's getting in on this. Glad you're having fun, guys. I really am. Right, I'm gonna run some more ads while I get the chance. That way we don't have them in game. And I get more money out of you. If you don't want them, subscribe. Quite simple, really. It's quite simple, really. You don't want the ads? Subscribe. Thank you again for all the follows. I see you all chillins. Pepe Work, Kanaji, G, Squat, and Fake PJ. Ooh, cam desync? Seems fine on my... oh, no, there is something going on there. Is there some cam desync? I can refresh the camera. It might actually be on the microphone end, which is really weird. Oh, yeah. Fun fact for Need for Power. Cam seems fine to me. Okay, fine. Double checking. Thank you for double checking that one. I can make my cam smaller again now. Slightly. More reasonable sized. Reasonable sized, Sam. Let me go back up here. But a fun fact for Need for Power. What is a good fun fact? Reasonable size sounds low, sounds much less sussy though. That's true. And a roast for Zeref. Your small cam, Zeref. Small cam energy. Small cam energy. But for the fun fact... Fun fact? What can I do for a fun fact? And a compliment for Pinterless. We'll do the fun fact first. Pentalus, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm coming to you. That was lame. Bah, that was lame. I can do better. All right, fine, Seraph. Well, you know what? Your disappointment in the roast says more about you than anything else, doesn't it? So, stop being so ungrateful, you churl. You churlish human. I still think of fun facts. I'm getting distracted, chat. This is probably one that people know already. But Top Esports logo, obviously, is a Knight's helmet. And the reason they had that helmet is because Knight was their mid laner. They literally designed their logo around Knight as their mid laner, and then he left the season after. So the iconic player they built their brand around left them for JDG. And then he left them for BOG. So yeah, literally the reason the Top Esports have that Knight's helm as a logo is because of Knight. And then he left them for the Rifles anyway. So which was a bit of Top Esports who were a little put out by that, understandably. Because Knight and 4 wars for such a long while. Obviously, I'm not blaming Knight for leaving. Let me have a look at. Let's have a look at your history, Pentalus. Can I not see? Let me see. No, oh, my days. How many messages have you got? So you've been here since, basically, you've been here just over a year. And you've put in well over 1,000 messages, by the way, Pentalus. Which is quite impressive. Lord almighty, you're involved in the community. That's really awesome. I was going, what can I see here that's going to be? Right, Pentalus. Resident Nami enjoyer. Resident Nami lover. I am so glad you got to witness some more Naomi gameplay today. I'm glad that she's back in meta for you, that you may have more joy in your life as you come here and bring joy to the community. You get to watch some of your favourite champions with a community that loves you. Welcome in. I hope you enjoyed that last Nami game. Can't believe you've been here for an insane amount of that one. Chat, Nymaera is reminding you to search for Leon Kennedy R34. I don't think that's the case. Please, you know what? Do that in your own time and not on a work computer. I'm not here to judge. You have fun with that. Leon has a reputation. The fact you highlighted that message is kind of wild, by the way. What have I done to attach this to the chair? Oh, I see. Attached to there, the little lever that brings the chair up and down. The back lever. Righty then. Into game 3. Weibo versus Top Esports. Weibo fumbling an advantage in game number 2 that was kind of unnecessary on the Baron. And Top Esports, with, for my money, the more cohesive draft, ended up having more of an advantage than Weibo could deal with once that Baron steal happened. Lulu off the board, Nico off the boards. Yeah, Cream's Akali, Cream's Aurora, makes sense. The Ashe away from Jachi, who is an Ashe Seraphine enjoyer. Lulu to deny the Yunara quite so freely. Especially because I think they're looking at a first pick Yunara here. Would deny a Hyper and Enchanter back quite so freely. Poppy as well. Away from Ura. More than JJ and Zucker. Varus is left up. This might be the Varus into Yunara Enchanter lane. They banned the Lulu themselves. I mean, Ura is a very good Lulu, actually. I think he's one of our better Enchanter players. Yeah, Leon was in low health and apparently he makes noises. Oh. Well. There you go. Well, there's the Yunara. I was kind of expecting that. They saw the Varus and went that. They're going to go Yunara Pantheon. Nio loves a Pantheon. He loves things like the Pantheon, the Poppy, the Lee Sin, things that can really make things happen early on, have some unusual pathing. Jarvan gets through. I think Jarvan Varus is fine here. Pantheon wins the 1v1 into the Jarvan, but Jarvan again has that ability to put out some unusual pathing. Can be really scary. Watch Inspired last night on Jarvan. Really, really good stuff from him. It's a great example. Bard to go with the Varus era. Does love that option. Fake Enchanter. Roams well. Picks well. Will also allow you to win lane pretty hard here into a lot of matchups. Cream gets a hold of the Ahri. Ahri Pantheon. Very dangerous pick combo. Very deep dive option. Ahri and Pantheon with the kind of very extended range of the ultimate global from Pantheon. Call it semi-global from Ahri. Very, very scary. Tack, thank you for the 23 months. Almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. Gonna try and bully out this Varus best I can, but Varus Bard is gonna be such a nightmare to try and beat out. Now I'm gonna try and take out some of Shahu's options into the Ahri. He has liked a LeBlanc alongside people like the rookie, as opposed to the Shine. Leona away from Fengyue. Yeah, one of your better options into the Varus and the Bard, because he can throw on the Eclipse and immune some of that, you know, have some of that damage reduction into the Varus burst. It's so the reason is Tack. The reason is it says Tack resubscribed for 23 months at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 37 months. So, apologies, 37 months over 3 years, but it's 23 months in a row. I read the first line, I didn't read the second. I do apologize. You wound me. I do. It says 23 in my Twitch activity feed, which is where I got it from. I've literally got resub for 23 months. They've been subscribed for 37. Sorry, I don't know what to tell. Twitch is lying to me. Well, something is wrong. Skill issue. Apparently so. Alex is insulting me from the other room now. Honestly. Nara away from 369. One of his better blind pick options. You know what the bot lane is here. I think for Fengyue, you can probably lock support. Rakan. Yeah, again, good engage, good mobility. Will join up with the Ahri and the Pantheon well. Can be a little dangerous into Bard Varus because you are very squishy. You don't really have the same laning firepower. Of course, the Gleaming Quill helps you keep a bit healthier. You are sort of fake Enchanter. You know, like, again, Bard is more towards that edge than you are. But the mobility is very good. Obviously, very good engage tool. The lane should still be pretty Varus Bard favored for my money. Yeah, well, I blame Twitch. Twitch issue. My skills are proven and impeccable. Thank you very much. Renekton Talia. Oh, the lock-ins here from Weibos. I have to defend my honor from my chat being bullies. A lot of you. Good pick and early power now from Weibo. Your one item spike is massive from Weibo. Not that it isn't from Top Esports, actually. Gangplank! Okay. Okay, so Renekton can actually have a really tough time into this matchup. You are effectively ranged, plus barrels are horrible for you to deal with. You have to walk into them. You can't slice and dice through them. It's a bad time. You can also cleanse out of the... the Ruthless Predator. That's what I was looking for. And again... Gangplank isn't obligated to go teleport. Because you've got the global with your ultimate, you can afford to take something like the Exhaust, which can really mess with the Renekton. Ignite's not awful here either if you want the kill threat. Helps deal with the healing of the Renekton too. The last 369 Gangplank wasn't that great. No, but I think over the course of history, 369 has been an excellent Gangplank. So I think so I'm not going to count it off after one game. And 369 has, over the course of this split, proven to be very good with those counter picks. Think about the Kennons that have worked out very, very well. And when he has gotten leads, he's often done so to the tune of 4,000 or 5,000 gold. So it's often been a win condition from top esports. Even if the last one wasn't fantastic, I have hope that this one will be cool. I see the angle for it here. Whether it will work out is a different matter. It's another global to go with the Pantheon and will help potentially mitigate some of the laning issues of that bot lane if you're looking to play around it. Of course, Bard can roam and cause some issues. Good pick comp from Weibo Gaming. They've got their own globals to work with. But I'm a fan of that Gangplank, assuming it gets through lane and isn't blasted. Fun drafts from both sides. Let's get onto the rift and listen to it. Stupid LCP saying never seen 369 win his lane this year, and I don't think that's fair. I think he's had a fair number of games where he's gone quite quietly. He's had some games where he's definitely gone behind. The original Gangplank game, for example, not great. However, I would argue, and I would challenge you to go look back at some of the Gnar games where he ended up 5,000 gold ahead out of laning phase across the course of the game. I'd suggest you go look at some of the Kennen games where he put the likes of Zucker into the dirt. The Kennen was immaculate. Again, he had one or two Kennen's games that didn't work out, but he's definitely had some lanes where he's absolutely single-handedly demolished the game to a level we've rarely seen. And 369 has been better at transitioning that to team fights than someone like a Ben, who's been more consistent in the lane, but maybe less good at taking it to a team fight because BLG are less good at team fighting. So I don't think that's entirely fair. And again, there's been a certain amount of putting out fires, and I think Nio on the whole, especially if the enemy jungler has kind of gotten a tempo advantage on him, has sometimes been unable to get quite the right reads to come and defend top lane when it's required. Again, he's a young player, he's still figuring things out. Not been easy. Jarvan level 3 gank, that's the power of this one. The early power is good flash to get that knock up on Ajachi, but not the damage. So flash burned on the Yunara, flash from Bard, flash on GJ, but no kills. Early Jarvan shenanigans, somewhat unsuccessful. Still, Prio earned. Fungi were getting hit there by that binding. Really stings, actually. Not super great there, has to be said. Flash. Oh, now this gets interesting. There's Naya flashing for a bit of some CC. Bard gets the kill regardless. I think he's dead here. I don't think Fungi needed to die there. Well, they get the kill. 1 for 1. Who got that second kill? Jachi did. Okay, more worth it then for top esports, as the Yunara has donated that early kill. Bit of a knockup. Not too much more there. TP back in. Worth noting, Elk has gone for the teleport. 369 also gone for the TP, by the way. He's decided against the combat summoner. I wonder whether he might pick that one up, but it's a bit safer this way to get better resets off. And the Gangplank does occasionally need to burn through a fair amount of mana to make things happen, so it just allows more resets. Top esports comp is great. I quite like it. I think double global. Plus good pick. Plus a good cannon barrage, which a lot of people, the Varus in particular, hates a cannon barrage. One of the best ways of punishing the Varus is just say, actually, I'm longer range than you are. Ooh, force the backstep from Zucker. Trial by fire, therefore put on. 369. Gonna force an awkward reset timer there. We'll drop a minion or two to make that play happen. It's actually dropped a wave here. Zucker gets the reset off. Not the best timing there from 369, who wanted to get a chunk. Ends up losing probably 3-4 minions there. See whether it was worth it in a second or two. Bit of a chunk happening topside, 369. Eats a little bit of damage there. He's kind of fun. Got a cannon barrage now. Is Zucker thinking of all-outing? Not all-outing. Dominusing here. No. Steel caps early. Very good into Gangplank. Helps deny a lot of his parlay poke. In particular, because that is coded as an auto attack. Now, there's no bot side. Actually, it's going to be fine. Has a little healing shrine there to back him to heal himself up. .369 just pings the wave. Oh, not too much drama happening here, has to be said. Cream under some threat here, but not enough to really threaten. There goes Zucker, jump Tom. Jumping on, rather, 369. Fine for now. Ping for a little more. Just a little bit. This is now down a fair amount of CS now, but it has a wave or so to pick up, so it shouldn't be too bad. Zucker slowed down by the honey fruit, but not going to lead to too much more. Actually picks up a lot of that himself. That gets him a lot of mana, which feels very good. Wave not in a great spot for Zucker, actually. Has to sort of step forwards there. Now getting that crash in. Would have been not quite frozen, but definitely not in the safest spot there. And 369 sat on this barrel, really threatening. Zucker with the early move speed dodge as well. Has dodged most of these barrels, actually. Good from Zucker on that front. Has always been a good Renekton player. Throws down that Dominus now, actually. It's a turret shot and a parlay after. 369 nowhere near damage yet, so he's kind of just like, yep, cool. Gonna have to just deal with the fact that Zucker burns that. Got some oranges to work with, so we'll likely BK here. Clears out that wave well. Down about 20 CS kind of sucks, not going to lie. That trading topside was not pleasant earlier on. I think it was a bit unnecessary. Renekton with that early lead. But again, you are a gangplank. You're okay to be a little bit behind. You print money. Jachi steps on forwards. And here comes the cannon barrage and the grand starfall. Here the global ults. No Dominus ability to threaten on the other side. And Feng Yue gets the kill onto Elka. It has to flash away. There is a TP in from Xiaohu. Seismic shove, flash on forward. And that was just not a good TP, Xiaohu. He's had a few of those this split. Right, I'm getting involved. TP's a lot slower than it was in previous seasons, mate. Turns up and regrets his choices. And now Cream has a stack on a Dark Seal. Jachi is 2-0-1. And now it's evolved. Oh dear. Oh, Xiaohu, why would you do this? You're just going to try and come and steal this. He's off vision, by the way. Now they know. Niall's low, does get that Aegis Assault down, flashes out, Cataclysm down, Dragon was secured by Weibo Gaming. Good play there from JJ. Gets the flash and the Dragon. Good play around that vision in general. Cream now might actually be in a spot of bother. Can Era find a stun? No. Ulk with that TP back in. Meant there was more members in that river than I think they were expecting. That's not bad. It was a close run thing. Niall. Very swift timing on the Aegis Assault. Loses the Dragon at the penalty for all that play. But does survive, importantly so. Cost of a summoner. TP behind, hang on. Fengyue is here with that spellbook. Flash from Jachi. Tempered Fate doesn't find people, and Jachi can just keep running it out. Remember, has no flash, no ultimate. Just about gets out. Heal required. Uplift a little low, but not dead. Tempered Fate does enough to buy time. That's double flashes actually from Jachi and Fengyue to not get the kill. You know what? Quite a high price for that. Zucker may end up face checking a Pantheon here. He's still into double AD threats though. So the early steel caps and a Dominus means that Zucker's not really under threat. We'll be forced to Dominus at least. Gangplank building towards the 24, so has his own steel caps now. Into a majority of AD damage, to be fair, so it makes some sense. Cream picks up that extra little bit of gold there from clearing up that ward. Jachi left alone under this bot side turret, but won't dive down or anything. Zucker doesn't jump out of the bush quite yet. Early game is actually going very well for top esports right now. And I think they scale better, honestly, purely off the gangplank. If only that. That's unfortunate chunk onto Cream there, but he's not going to worry too much about it right now. He's got a pot to work with, so shouldn't be in too much threat here. No particularly alarming runes, I think. So I didn't really check in on that earlier, but yeah, nothing super scary there. Comet for Elkman, who was going poke pretty much regardless. Five v 5s are a bit more interesting. Because I think top esports with, obviously you've got global for global in Xiaohu and Nio, but then there's the Cannon Barrage and the Ariel, which I think are quite long range, really. And when you've drafted things like the Renekton, when you've drafted things like the Varus, there's a certain amount of we want to win lane going on here. I think if you do get to the 5v5s, the AoE and the mobility, quite scary from top esports. You're going to need to land a very good Jarvan combo. And you've got a fairly decent zone, like Zone Denial, Barb with a Tempered Fate, Cataclysm, Cosmic Binding onto a Cataclysm Wall, Tips Corruption. You've got tools to disengage here. I do think the Cannon Barrage could be a bit of a difference maker here, especially if 369 plays it well. I think he's survived the early game now, so I don't think the Gangplank's quite as worried about being taken out of the game, which can sometimes happen to GPs. And I think it's a good Ahri game as well. Good pick and dive, very extended range on that pick with the Pantheon, the Ahri, the Rakan with a backup of air support from the Cannon Barrage. Means I think Varus in particular not going to have the easiest time this game. There's a couple good Cannon Barrage targets, Jarvan targets as well. Specifically the Jarvan, you can obviously dunk on the Yunara, especially if she misuses her dash from the ultimate. Her dash is very ult reliant, obviously. Otherwise it's just straight move speed. Play, flash. Flash an error for that. Don't think that was necessary personally, but there you go. $369. Find too much more there. Thought about it. Heavily. Oh boy, now we look. There's the Dragon Steel again from JJ. Oh boy, what about the fight after? Fengyue looking for that quickness. Doesn't really get the best angle. Nio trapped inside the Cataclysm flash on from Zucker. The Cannon Barrage is decent, but not really doing that much damage. And Jachi falls as well. And Weibo Gaming get away with everything. A 2 for none, and the Dragon JJ's just him. That was sick! I want to see a replay on that one because the Weaver's Wall ended up splitting off more of the damage than I think Weibo Gaming were expecting, and I hadn't really tracked, and I sometimes do that with the likes of Talias, that the Weaver's Wall with using the terrain well can be really scary. That Tempered Fate went wide initially, and you went, you know what? Jachi can play this, but then he split out of the fight. It's a 2v4 in the pit, and Jachi's not autoing. That's during his ultimate. He gets like 2 autos off this entire fight. Then he's blasted. The cannon barrage was solid, but the damage just wasn't there because of that Weaver's Wall. And JJ this time around lost a lot of smites in the upper bracket. Not today here in the lower. The Prince of Thieves is back, looking to reclaim his crown. Here we go, Grand Starfall. Herald being started. Not taken down as yet. Era is here. Does he want to find him stunned onto Cream? Seismic Shove wide. Cosmic Binding isn't. The Cannon Barrage onto Xiaohu, though, makes this a bit interesting. Cream left low, not quite down. The Charm onto the Bard. Era now in danger. Has to lock its shield. No ult from Cream. Can he get out of here? He needs to be so afraid of another Cosmic Binding. Ooh. A flash from Era means that Cream does get out safely, but costs a Cannon Barrage. Essence Reaver done for 369. Now, of course, it's the Essence Reaver, not the Trinity Force. Also got an Executioner's Calling to help add some anti-heal into the Renekton, who's getting quite ahead. It's actually gone towards the Eclipse. We are seeing more Eclipse Renekton, actually, for more dueling power. Going to step forward, get that Trial by Fire. Gets another slow with the barrel. Flag and drag. Doesn't necessarily work over. Overcomes Xiaohu with the Weaver's Wall. Trying to get in range for that Seismic Shove. Can't quite. 369 wins the 1v3 by strolling away. Can't quite get that barrel chain. Was slightly out of range there. A little bit bold. Will likely lose that turret as a result, unfortunately. Second turret now for Weibo Gaming. None for top esports. And the gold lead now sliding to Weibo. Having the early dragons as well. 2 steals from GEG back to back. It's very good from them. Cream going to try and sit up here. Pick up this turret. Minute and a half until dragon. You've got Fiend Hunter bolts and second items now coming in for top esports. That will be a big break point. Make no mistake about it. Now, not really found a lot in the last few minutes. Had a couple Grand Starfalls towards that bot lane earlier on. It's been pretty quiet since then. Good charm onto Zucker, who's got a lot of defensive stats into AD damage, not so much into magic. And the Eclipse only gives you that shield if you're hitting people. It's a squishier build than, say, a Sundered Sky. Or a Stride Breaker, for that matter, actually. Xiaohu now potentially looking bot. Temper Fate wide again. Cream, good move, speed. There's the charm onto Zucker. Slow from that auto attack. Will be forced to ult here. That's significant. Won't have it for this dragon fight. But then again, neither will Era on the Tempered Fate. I think I would rather have the Ahri ult, though. Doesn't quite get to buy a second item here either, which is a bit of a frustration point. 369 clears out the wave with a barrel chain. .369 is one of the very few who's still playing the Gangplank. Not really been a champion for a little while. Hated lane swaps is the honest answer. Could not survive them. Especially with how early they were occurring. Now that's not so much of a problem, and a Gangplank with extra level sounds horrifying to me. Ooh, Nayo. Chunked. Cannon barrage down. Fungiway goes looking for the quickness. Doesn't quite hit it. Finally hits it with the Xiaohu, but the combo really just doesn't land from top esports. They're going to have to give up this dragon. Cannon barrage, a little short range. Fungiway flashes in, doesn't really land a charm. Or the grand entrance. Zucker survives. And top esports fail on the trigger pull. Sole point now for Weibo Gaming. Edging towards a very scary point, this one. Very scary point. 369 should whack that turret and does. Nio backs away. At least top esports have managed to pick up a turret now. Zucker, does he know? Can he sniff it out? Here we have the wild land crocodile in danger from the attempted predations of the top esports pack. A tempered fate will buy some time, but the extraordinary damage is far too much. And the crocodile is hunted, brought down by the apex predator of top esports. All crocodiles are land crocodiles. I don't want to hear it. It's not amphibious, he's a desert crocodile. That is more land than amphibious. Oh, hang on. Thank you, wait. Just about falls. Nice kill from Jachi. Picks one back up. Support for support. Elk has to back away from the cannon barrage. Jachi just about slides out of range on that charm with the flag and the drag. 1 for 1. Zucker's still dead. Who blew what there? Elk blows flash, so does Jachi. Is down his flash as well. So a couple extra flashes for top esports. Oh, it's getting spicy. Mortal Reminder now done for 369. He was beginning to hurt now. Actually, I think once he gets the Infinity Edge third, he'll be a menace. The gangplank damage will no longer be negligible. Make no mistakes about that. Morning, vid student. .369 will ping a minion or two here. Looking for a charm, lands it onto JJ, chain to corruption. Over we go, looking for the charm, angle pulls him out of the magical journey, and Era just about gets away with it. Quite enough follow-up. I am getting a little nervous here for the extended team fights for Weibo. The pick is good. The pick is good. The death cap from Xiaohu's second gives them more damage because really, on the other side, top esports don't have a tank. They've got the Aegis Assault, and that is their risk here as well. Like, again, they don't have a tank. They've got an Aegis Assault, a vaguely bruiser-ish gangplank, and a dream. No locket or anything either to help keep people alive. So any damage is valuable damage, and that death cap will be important on that front, especially with the lack of resists. However, I think if you allow a cannon barrage, the RE to get resets, Jachi just keep autoing at people, those fights get trickier. So you need that initial bit of pick to be onto a good target here, and you need to blow them up. I think the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm a little bit nervous about those extended fights. You've got good ways to control terrain, as we noted, between the Weaver's Wall, the Unraveled Earth, the Cataclysm. And again, that can be pretty valuable here. We saw that happen around that dragon fight. And JJ has been very good with the smites. Will need to be again. Top esports in position. Fongy, we're looking for a flank angle. There'll be a wall behind the pit to spot him out on a potential way in. 369 is not here, but has got the cannon barrage. Can join pretty quickly. Zucker's going to try and zone him off. He might try and jump on him, actually. Here comes the Grand Starfall into the back of everyone. JJ is kind of jumped on. Cleanse onto Nio, courtesy of the Mikhail's Elk in danger from Cream. Gets the kill, potentially on the fire, but he gets so much shielding. The fight is an absolute disaster as Xiaohu goes on down. Hit with a barrel, Elk goes down as well, and suddenly Weibo Gaming find people from all angles, all up in their business. My voice cracks, as do the battle lines of Weibo Gaming. Infinity Edge is done for Jachi, you may like to notice. And Weibo Gaming just don't have the DPS check. The Grand Starfall from one angle, the Cannon Barrage for another. Cream comes in and the battle lines were splintered in every direction. A 3 for none. Weibo find nothing. The Tempered Fate goes wide. Cream not hit by the seismic shove. That's a lot of your disengaged tools going wide. And Elk is under threat. As Nio finds his way to the backline and then gets the dragon. Cream still threatening. JJ and dangerous. Jachi just blasts his way through everyone. 369 in the middle of everyone. Doesn't give a damn. He's parlaying for nearly 1,000 damage at this point. That's about a 700 damage parlay, I think. Got the crit onto Ura. And the scaling is becoming an issue here. Cream has gone for a very high mobility build in the Malignance and the Proto Belt. Really basically wants to say, Elk, I will find you every fight and threaten you. And because he's sole AP, he's not as... Oh, Jachi's gone. Had to backstep the ult there and ends up into the seismic shove. Now the Cataclysm comes on forward. 4v5 occurring. Fengyue left low. Cannon barrage after is scary. Nio, though, doesn't have the East, so they're going to lose the jungler. Hang on, that's better from Weibo Gaming. And they got the AD carrying the jungler. They can turn to Baron. Health bar's kind of low then. They still have to do that into a gangplank from across the wall. Maybe too scary, actually. And Baron... actually, in the end of that replay, went the way of top esports. I apologize. There is no Baron. There is no Baron already taken, but does deny the Baron power play quite heavily. Missed that going down. Let's have a look at this. So Baron was taken. Jachi gets hit by the arrow. There's a good ward in the lane. Xiaohu and Ura team together to allow no win scenarios there. You can't keep going into the Temper Fate or you die. You have to backstep, and that's into the seismic shove. They were trying to bait out a pick onto Jachi by saying, oh, look, we're in this mid lane bush. But they can't actually defend him. And so the bait is, the trap is sprung, but it's a little bit too dangerous to play they catch. Cream goes down. Hang on. Top esports. What is going on? Ura flashes away from Jachi, who's trying to find that kill, doesn't get it, and they just get 2 again. What? Well, they have more members in mid. It was a 2v4. So, ends up being a bit too much there, and Xiao just lands another free ball ult. Free ball seismic shove. And they pick up 2. The Baron power play ends up being very anemic. Nice stabilizing there from Weibo. Punishing numbers discrepancy. Playing the map a little wide there with top esports. With members who are still very squishy and without summoners. Into a comp that has a lot of pick. Weibo now threatening Xiao, who doesn't have the flash. Can Nio jump forwards here? We'll jump on in. Teleport's now flying. Xiao just gets eviscerated. Oh my god, Nio has damage. Well, now they get their own picks. A little bit too wide from Weibo. And in comes the teleport. Fengyue goes down. Can they jump on Nio as well with a magical journey? They certainly look. Watch 369's barrels immediately destroyed, so no assistance for Nio, who will die. 2 for 1 in the top lane. Weibo Gaming find there another winning skirmish here. The picks are good, despite the global threat. Very messy last 5 minutes. Top esports got the Baron, got the dragon fight, and then Weibo done a very good job of just jumping on individual members of top esports, the groups of 2, groups of 1, finding those key picks. And that's despite what should have been the global advantage, I think, really. You can see where cooldowns are on things like the cannon barrage, but either way, Weibo picked their moments well and used their pick comp to get some value back in a game that was feeling like it was falling away from them after that Baron play. Dragon started. This will be soul for Weibo. Top esports. Looking for an angle. Cream off vision. Fengyue. Going to be zoned off by Ura and by Xiaohu. Zucker also off vision. They don't know he's there quite yet. Do now. Cream with the Foxfire will outspace him well enough. Dragon resets. Cream, a known quantity, but off vision all the same. Just chunking Zucker here and there. Teleport's largely unavailable. Cream has his. Worth noting he could reset if needed. Zucker still off that vision. Shahu shoving the mid lane wave, prepping for that. Cream finding another angle, will be spotted out here. Tempered Fate lands onto the Rakan. Can they punish more? 369, and go they go with them, Crescent. The Grand Starfall. Cream looking for the angle with his Spirit Rush. Brings down Elk, that's huge. 369, just about surviving for now. Nayo just about not into the G8. They still lose 2 at the back end of it. The extended play going well. Oh boy, flashover was awkward as Shahu murders a few. And what looked good at the start of the fight goes better for Weibo Gaming. Elk was deleted, but the rest of the team plays it out sublimely. What happened at the back end there? Another very fractured fight, but this time Shahu and Zucker get an immense amount of work done. And is that just game? I think it is. They can walk towards these Nexus turrets and end the game. What a bizarre team fight. Immediate death on the bot lane. But they go too deep. They take too much damage doing it. Fungyue is back, but the game is over. And Weibo find themselves 2-1 up. I need to see what happened there. I think Zucker ended up with a really monster team fight from what my impression is. I also think it was a really good Cataclysm. I'll have to double check that one. How on earth did that happen? I thought after the bot lane was deleted early into that fight, the extended DPS it would be good. But that was great from Zucker. And JJ's G8. Very, very important. They don't get the reset on Ari that way. They don't quite get to kill him on the reset. Massive. Welcome back, folks. Fine, my name is Initialise. Nymaera taking parts of today off at the very least. That was a weird old last team fight, but Weibo Gaming hold their nerve very well. Played a very good game after the Baron went down. Good picks played towards their comp. I worried that as the team fights rolled around, it was going to get trickier and trickier and the global response time would be harder to manage. But actually, Weibo were killing people before globals could come in. I think Top Esports very disrespectful of Weibo's damage. Thought it was over after Pantheon survived the landing. I did too. After Elk died early and Ari got the reset, I was thinking that was looking very good. But again, Cream built to get to Elk. Did so. The problem is actually his damage isn't that high with that build, with the Rocket Belt Malignance build. And so, great job, you've killed the AD carry. That's good. But the rest of the team fight isn't as smooth. Especially if then your AD carry gets blasted. Jachi just didn't get to play the game. You kill off JJ, but it's his GA, so he gets another life and then gets to be menacing the backside. And Zucker and Shahu were just firing DPS after DPS. Very, very good. Right, guys. If you've not subscribed, now is the time. I will be putting on some ads. If you don't want to deal with the ads, subscribe. Thank you very much to everyone who does so. Yeah, that was good damage from 369. Definitely managed to get some good gangplank moments. Again, they ended up so far ahead, they just threw it. Back to back to back, and Weibo Gaming were able to clutch out some good moments. Jachi struggled to have a lot of impact this game as well on the Yunara. Wasn't the easiest Yunara game, I think, being melee range of a lot of those people. But again, we thought with all the rest of the threats that maybe would be given a bit more license. Wasn't to beat. That puts Weibo 2-1 in the lead on match point. There is a Ko-fi link as well, guys, if you want to support us that way. For the YouTube viewers in particular. Great way to support us. We turn my camera off so you guys can see it. I probably ought to turn off the background music of the game. Oh, I was looking for something. What am I looking for? Kofi. Wave with a big win. Not zooming in on the pro develop, not getting over the wall. Oh, was that what happened? I wonder what happened in that last play. Oh, good God. Oh, cream. Cheer ends up as MVP. Yep, the early Dragon steals were clutch. The late game fights were clutch. Very good from him. The recent plague of pro development mids claim another victim. I expect there to be more. Yeah. Like, it's... It almost worked this game. Almost worked this game. Did threaten Elk a lot with it, basically. Which is obviously very good. Back towards our regular scheduled entertainment. I probably ought to get myself another coffee. I'm fading a little bit here, guys. I do apologise on that front. Oh, but to make the camera large as well. Big Cam Sam returns. Whoop. There we go. Right. I shall return shortly with coffee. Big Sam. Oh. I am a little disappointed with Cream from that game. Not going to lie. I thought he was going to be much more valuable than he was. Also, Fungi did not find good Rakan moments. Like, we didn't see a good Rakan engage in that late stage. Really, really frustrating. Snatched at some plays. Tough. Hello. I have got myself caffeine. I ought to run some more ads before we get into draft. Should be back soon enough. Move this over here. I need to go down to more reasonably sized Sam Cam. There we go. Quick, scatter! That's all right. Stay away. Is that too small? Might be too small. There we go, more like it. Should be getting into draft fairly shortly, I imagine. With that in mind, let's change the... Excuse me. Good grief. That caught me by surprise. Wow, I turned my brightness of my phone somehow. I was like, why is there a bright spark in my phone? Have I got that over the edge? I do. There we go. More like it. That's... something like that. Should be into draft shortly. Weibo... Really, we're in control of all three games, at least at some point. I think they kind of got the comeback in this game. In that last game, they were come back on in the game 2. The reverse happened. Perhaps a better way of phrasing that. Compliment for Eosaios. Is that how I pronounce your name? 13 messages. Been following since January. LOL. So basically, we've got LOL GG. Welcome on in. Well, for the record, can't believe you've been subscribed for this long at this point. Thank you very much. Were you one of Mechas? Tell you what, we may have to wait on the compliment for a second or two, purely because draft is here, and I want to make sure it gets the right proper attention. But I'll make sure you get that compliment. 25 minutes ago, it was in game. Sorry, I missed it while it was in game. I should have checked after the game. My bad. Okay, so picks and bans coming on through. We're obviously into game 4 here, so we are at 30 bans from Fearless alone. Aurora, Yone away from Cream, 2 of his more practiced picks. We can drop the volume here a little bit. There we go. Too much. That'll do. Nico, Malphite, Poppy off the board. Whoa. On a 10 stream streak. Congrats on the 10 stream streak. 5 stream streak for Vid Student as well. Good work. Ashe considerations. That Silas ban came on through. They're looking for the Ashe Seraphine. Do we have a response on the other side? I think it probably has to be either something that can tank the Ashe Seraphine. Braum. We saw the attempt from the Mel last night from C9. You can kind of reflect the Seraphine ult or the Ashe ult, which can be really, really scary. Zeri. Okay. Zeri Yumi. Zeri Milio. Lulu's up. They're going to go for the TF, aren't they, early? Okay. TF begins to become a lot more potent this later on into a draft, when a lot of those kind of mage answers into it in the mid lane are kind of gone. Denies it potentially from Cream here. Would like it with the Ashe and the Seraphine. It's another pick tool, another global to work with. And it is a global from mid lane. It can help set up this Zeri for success. Seraphine expected here. Very, very oppressive bot lane. Victor as a potential anti-dive option can help zone off the Zeri a little bit. Do a decent amount of poke into the Victor. Can gravity field his landing spot as well, which can really suck for him. Hey, Brock. Good to see you. They are going to go towards that Victor. Okay. What are we locking in now? Yumi. I wondered. There we go. Not the Lulu. They're going towards the Yumi option. There it is. I think you pick up a Mikhail's here and pray. Zeri Yumi returns somehow. Some way. Dread it, fear it. Still don't think it's gonna have a lot of fun into Ashe Seraphine. There's a very real world where the Yumi can get caught by the slows of the Ashe Seraphine when she hops off and end up getting denied her W. Saw that happen to Keria earlier in the split in playoffs. Believe in the top esports win, Simi. I see. Mundo banned. Yeah, that's probably sensible. Would be a good denial on things like the Encore and the Ashe Arrow. Don't have the best ways to kill that. JJ probably wouldn't hate it with a Yumi behind him either. Aatrox jungle. Don't hate it. It's a good skirmisher. Not a bad Yumi carrier if required. Nayo probably wouldn't hate it either, but I think it's a little harder into the Zeri Yumi and the TF. You're probably really looking for something like... I want to say the Shinza, but it's gone. Lee Sin's not awful here. Actually, kind of one of those few champions with enough mobility, perhaps, to threaten that. We are hitting the point where Kiana becomes very valuable. I think Kiana for Nayo or for GEG might be worth it. We start to get to those kind of scarier carry jungle, lethality jungle angles. I wonder whether we're going to get a Kiana this game. I think that might be sensible. We've had the Gwen and the Gnar away from 369. The Zahen and the Mundo away on the other side. It'll be the Sion locked in. Trundle's up. Trundle can mess with the Sion quite well. TF hates it too. I think this is just a Trundle angle, isn't it? Who are the better bottom laners? Elkanera. Pretty significantly. Though I will say, I don't think Chachi and Fungyue have been the problem, per se. And I was a little disappointed in the lethality of the Rakan from last game. I expected better from the position they were in. Yeah, Trundle gets locked. Kiana now. There we go. Kiana, as expected. Another bit of CC to set up with the TF and the Sion. You've got a lot of damage now. Decent pick. Rek'Sai for 369 into the Sion. It's a good follow-up on the pick CC, actually. Oh, man. Both of these comps team fight very aggressively. Very aggressive. On to quick ads before we get into game here. So, let's talk drafts here. Top esports, Ashe Seraphine with a Victor. Diving into that is miserable. The Sion comes in, gets pillared in there, has a horrible time, dies, and you don't win that death ball particularly well. On the other hand, you've got Zeri Yumi trying to bring about these fractured team fights with the Kiana AoE. I think... Oh, man. Relatively even draft, I think, on the face of it. I might need to think that one through a little bit more. But I do think top esports comp is easier. I do think it's easier. Just group up, ult the Sion as the Trundle, blast first target. And that might be the difference maker. A lot lower skill floor. On the other hand, I look at things like the Kiana, the Zeri. With the Sion frontline, you've got a lot of upfront burst. If you get a gold card into a supreme display of talent, into that first kill on the Zeri, can be very, very dangerous indeed. We'll head to the Rift, we'll listen to those Gyos. For what could be the last time today. Weibo on series point. Top esports. Trying to bring us to 5. First strike for Kiana. I'm not seeing too much more there. Actually, El can get beyond the wave. Cleanse on the exhaust. Ah, now this is a bit scarier. The bottom block buys a bit of time. But Elk is the one that eats the damage, not the Yuumi. And the level 1 goes real wrong. Real wrong for Weibo Gaming. Oh boy, so you get the cleanse and the heal, but you lose the exhaust and the heal on the trade. And you have to force the reset. Oh dear. That's going to be most of this first wave gone. I was about to wonder, is Zeri Yuumi going to be able to survive Ash Seraphine? And like, theoretically, with the extra summoners, you can sort of heal you through some of this. You've got an enchanter. But that is a really tough level 1. I think Weibo will have a little more agency in the mid game with the Kiana TF turning up to a lane to blow someone up. And I think the front line from top Esports is a little bit conditioned. Rek'Sai and Trundle a little bit different, but this is a level 3 gank top. Zucker's just going to die here and he knows it. They donate the kill over to 369. And Kiana's pathing away from bot lane where she has no priority. And that means Trundle gets a free gank. Will reset, pick up an early dagger, and get back up on the rift. That double beat drop really sucked for him. He's going to have to reset again. I don't think he can stand here. I mean, there's a bottom block in a dream. But he's got to be very, very careful. Oh, the high note lands. Shielded well enough. With a bit of zoomies. Fong Yue. Does care about that Prowling projectile. That does help a little, actually. Not as bad as I thought it might be. Still not great for Elk here, who is a level down. Not far off level 3, but the dive is coming. The dive is coming. There's a level 3 Mr. Ultra Shot Laser, but the pillar's down. No additional flash. They get the kill. The turret shot won't quite be enough because of the death. Trundle Passive reigns supreme. Oh, wonderful dive. Calculated, so they say. I will note that Nio has completely skipped his own caps here to do this. So he's going to lose a whole quadrant of his jungle. He's going to lose a whole quadrant of his jungle. Does get the Scuttle Crab. Does get the kill. But Kiana is getting a lot out of this. And JJ is a win condition. He's been a win condition this series. Backs away. ASS. I realize I didn't give you your compliment. I'm not sure whether it's EUs, but I'm going to say ASS. Which is actually a really cool name to say. Step 1, great part of the compliment. Number 2, since you've subscribed and joined us in January of this year, so you've been a really new member of the community. Thank you for coming and joining us. It's meant a huge amount, actually, the support this year, especially because we're trying to do this kind of by ourselves at this point. We don't really have official broadcast work going on at the minute with all the stuff with NLC and Masters and ALEC. So been really disheartening on that front. So having people like you come on in, subscribe, join the community, get active, ask for things like compliments means the world to us. So please do, please stay involved. Thank you for being here. I hope you're still here to listen to that compliment. If you're not, there's a clip for you there. In fact, here's the clip. I've clipped it. You can find it later. There you go. I missed it because it was mid-game last time. Didn't get quite a chance to do it mid-draft before, so I wanted to make sure that did happen. Bot lane's a problem. Because Trundle basically knows, look, I don't actually have to get ahead in this matchup. It would be nice to. But actually, me winning this game is early gank to Rek'Sai to get them ahead of the Scion to really be able to bully that matchup. And 369 is now running with that lead well. Get towards an early Titanic hive, but that kind of thing is good news. The win condition this game is Jachi and Feng Yue putting their Zeri and Yuumi in the dirt before the Kiana and the TF can get involved. They did that really well at the level 1. Trundle comes down and ganks again. They are now basically double the CS bot lane. Maybe not quite. 15 odd CS lead is very significant. Curse you, Hurat! Pillar to stop. No! Oh, the Scuttle Crab does its dash away and he has to give it up. And that's level 6 now to JJ. Nayo's really annoyed about that. He's going to lose Wolves off that as well. Oh, nearly pillars it well, but that dash back on the Scuttle Crab is so annoying. He will lose wolves here. So at the very least, GEG is taking the lead he has individually to try and keep this Trundle down. Whether it will be enough is a different matter. This is the price that Nio is paying for the early aggression. 3 camps into top, Scuttle Crab into bot, loses a quadrant of his jungle, and the Scuttle Crab again on the respawn. They can look to dive this because the Trundle can't be here. Has to claim camps, can't afford to be here or he's out of the game. Mid lane, Cream is trying to prevent Xiaohu from joining the play bot lane. Can he teleport? No, he can't. I think bot lane's about to die here. They're trying to clear out the wave best they can. Done a fairly decent job. There's a Scion ult as well. Charges into the turret. He's now tanking the turret. This will be the 5-man dive. Jachi low, down, dive secured. And Weibo Gaming bring every single member to bot lane. And get the bot lane down. Who gets the kills? It's Xiaohu for both. None for Elk, which would have been really nice. What does it cost him in the other lanes? About a wave. Teleport top from Zucker, who used the ult and the flash to make that play bot side. The Scion lane gank can always be dangerous. Damage is good. Xiaohu eats some damage. Goes out. Nio's here. We'll be able to pillar. There's a flash on Xiaohu. He's going to need to burn it. Not quite. Flash on in for the audacity. Can't quite find the supreme display of talent as the subjugate is rolling. Flash for flash there from the junglers. Xiaohu also has to flash. Sorry. Cream flash, not Nio. My bad. Slightly misphrased that one. Still. JJ keeps his mid laner alive. Will lose a Skull Crab for it, and this game remains quite even. JJ's ability to get into the jungle, that forcing that reset off that Skull Crab, set off the motions that caused that bot time play. Crashed out, sorry, lightning crash. And the final chapter comes on for Jachi. Low, not quite down. The arrow after the heal, the flash on forwards. They'll get both the 2v2 from El Cadera. The heal, the zoomies, and every summoner blown. And suddenly the Zeri Yuumi, despite the level 1, despite the disaster, gets the double kill. JJ turns up into the pit and murders the Trundle. The early lead now for the Kiana beginning to pay dividends. 369 runs away, but 3 kills. And a denial on the objective. Didn't get to pick up the... Actually, no, it's grubs, isn't it? So I didn't quite see who picked up all the grubs. I think Nio got most of them there. But still... A 3 for none is big for Weibo. And now all of the early wins that Jachi and Fengyue had earned from themselves, all the early aggression from Nio is beginning to fall apart under the weight of Weibo Gaming's more impressive mid-game moves. This isn't a mid-game move, though. This is just high aggression. Exhaust. Lightning crash. The encore's good, but the damage is already done. Jachi's on next to no HP. They tried to body block some of the burst fire, but it doesn't quite work. They're holding hands. The Weibo fans, very excited to see it. Good work from them. Scion ult again. It's another lane gank. Remember, there's no flashes. The root comes on down. Fengyue's going to die. It's another 5-man gank. I genuinely hadn't tracked this as a possibility. Zucker is just respetting and ulting bot. And saying the Rex, I won't actually be able to threaten here. The TP now comes. Top Esports want to turn this around, but there'll be a decimating smash. They do actually kill off the Scion. And actually, GG. Oh boy. Now this gets a bit more interesting. Cream's left low. Zucker's going to go down. 3 for 1. Suddenly the bot side overload. Top Esports go, guys, we're more than ready for it this time. And punish accordingly. Slightly more awkward this time. It looked so good until top Esports went, yeah, you might be fine, but you have to take a lot of damage doing this dive. And you only got one of us this time. Elk is still really fed off the back of these plays. And you do really need the Ashe Seraphine to be strong in this game. The repeated attempts on their life make things difficult. 369 has tunneled. There will be a supreme display of talent here. He's a dead man. Wait! Dodges forward. The arrow after. Denying JJ the easy angle. There's a tunnel away. Elk now not in range. JJ, Elk, and very deep. There will be an unburrow. That means JJ dies again. Elk needs to try and wall run away. The encore is beautiful. And Elk is pulled right back into it by the power of music. Fongyue gets some vengeance, and suddenly top Esports are responding well bot. It isn't just Weibo making these plays without punishment. 7 is 7 in the kills, and we're back to even in the goal. Both teams making monster plays bot lane. 369 turns back up top. Dragon should go the way of Nio and does. Puts them 2-0 in that score. Elk and will not see the Trundle resetting. Items beginning to get completed. The Titanic Hydra is done for the Rex site. Really helpful. The wave clear into the Scion. Good chunk into the HP stacker too. Blackfire for Cream. Higher DPS build on something like the Rower, and I think that's probably fair this game. You're wanting to blow people up who go too deep and try and really keep this TF down. It'll be the static shift for Elk, very common these days on this area to give her a little bit more wave clear in particular. Has gone towards the Cull as well to try and get ahead of curve. Once that cashed in, we'll probably have about 300 to 400 gold, I'd imagine. Weibo Gaming did a really good job of shutting down the early lead of Jachi and Fongyue and then just tried to do it on repeat. But I think top Esports got wise to the moves and made things a bit trickier. Now with that bot lane roll quest complete, they can look to interrupt a bit of this. Actually, Elk took a lot of damage. Cream has to flash as Shao turns over the Destiny in the gate, looking for potential Supreme Display of Talent. Zucker doesn't actually get a very good ult there at all, but the Supreme Display of Talent is still good enough to bring Cream down. Still gets to pull out the Hextech Storm. Fongyue is now coming. 369, a lot of tunnels to potentially play some smoke and mirrors. Jumps away from the gold core. The encore crashes across a few, but there is a cleanse. Void Rush comes on in. JJ gets a heal, survives. And they get 2. All the while, though, Jachi in the mid lane takes most of that mid lane turret. Good dive again from Weibo Gaming. They draft for the TF Kiana dive. They play it off. I hadn't, again, completely tracked in the draft that the Scion was going to be such a valuable part of that. But again, Weibo Gaming clearly played off well with that. But again, Xiaohu has got a flash, maybe has to burn it. Nio steps forwards. In comes a teleport from Cream. Denies the easy reset. And that actually does give Jachi the first turret in mid lane. The TF making all of these aggressive moves comes at the regular price of TF making regular moves. JJ slowed down by the smite. Again delayed the reset. Again now, JJ and Elk trapped into this turret. Did that cost them that one as well? Nio in danger as the spark surge across the wall. Strictly his pillar happens. $2,000 gold lead for Weibo now again. TF doing a lot of that. He picked up a lot of gold. Going towards a Lich Bane second hit. Make sure he's capitalized on that. And he does print money. JJ also done the Kiana things of once you get ahead, you tend to stay ahead and be really, really scary with it. Gold cart. No follow-up. Trundle's around. They are on Herald right now, or top Esports. Ah! Hiding away in that bush. Cheer looking. Doesn't land the Supreme Display of Talent. Can't quite get Cream. The arrow flying through in response just in case. So ult for ult, actually, in the grand scheme of things. Should still be Herald to top Esports, but JJ might want to come and smite fight this. Doesn't take the edge of Ixtal beyond putting a grass blade down. They're TPing in here. They want this fight. Fongyue, is he going to have to flash? He is. Destiny Gate in. Siphon Power allows a little bit more safety for Cream. In comes Elk. Spark Surge in. Fongyue misses the encore. Now a Herald, a flash for a gold card. Cleansed by Jachi. Now the turnaround. And they blow up Elk! The pillar was good. The pillar was real good. Now JJ needs to back away because there's a TP in from the Rek'Sai, who can maybe look to go diving forward. Zucker quite low here. Pillaring in. Tunneling in. Looking to blast people. Cream gets that one. The Herald charges on in. There's still a Void Rush. And Weibo Gaming lose the team fight. Flash from 369 up to an Unburrow. And GHA's got a Grass Blade. But unfortunately, I fear 369 may be a Fire type. We know how that works into Grass types. How did Elk get blasted there? I think it was the pillar, but the moment the encore went by, that looks good. That looks real good. Weibo think they have the collapse. The Sion comes in, not interrupted by the Rek'Sai. Fongyue is forced to flash out. It's looking good. Cream's at half. Immediately caught by the gold copper. Doesn't immediately die. And Elk pounces. The encore is wide, but it does catch JJ. But again, he's already burned the ult. Not that scary. What happens to Elk here? He doesn't have Ura on top of him. Gravity field. The gravity field. He steps too far forwards. Doesn't flash. Dies. That's a really unnecessary mistake. And then the rundown happens. Cream with a really good knock up there on GHA to prevent the Kiana from escaping. 369 flashes beyond the turret, gets the knock up, gets a Titanic proc. Void Assault, no way to dodge it at that point. Void Rush, sorry, Void Assault would be Kha'Zix Assault. Messy with 22 kills in 18 minutes. Very aggressive collapses from both teams. Weibo been more proactive on that front. Top Esports more reactive, but the reactions have been winning out lately. But it is only 1,000 gold lead. It's not done yet. Soul point. Is Top Esports worth noting? Dragon, minutes to the setup, really. Still 2 minutes, really, until it spawns. Elk, gonna jump onto Cream here. Wait, look for the Spark Surge, the Destiny. The gold card. The Prowling Projectile in the final chapter in Cream is being turned into dessert. Oh, Captain Jack of a cleanse there from Elk as the arrow came forwards, but meant absolutely nothing. JJ now in danger. Top Esports looking to punish. Can't. Flash on JJ required. 3 summoners from Elk and Ura required. Will that matter? It's a lot to potentially blow it. Oh, this reset needs to be well timed. They know he's there. Oh no, Elk! You can't cancel like this. You burned all your summoners, my son. The subjugate is down. Can they punish any further? No, they can't. The TPs are flying. And now actually 369. And Fengyue might be in danger. The route after. Fengyue's gone. Fengyue is gone. They could turn to Baron. Top Esports tried to respond and end up losing another. This is your moment, Weibo. Can you get anything with the man advantage? What is the play with this moment of power? Just fishing control, is that it? A minute until Dragon. You can get some wards down. But I think you may need more than that. They are on the verge of winning this series. If only they can close out this game. It's not so simple. An 800 gold lead at 21 minutes into the game is marginal. Sole point from Top Esports looms large. No exhaust, no heal, no cleanse for Elk and Ura. No flash on Cream, no noting, don't get me wrong. But that was a lot blown. A lot blown to get that kill. Ahead of one of the biggest fights you could ask for. They don't get to turn to Baron. Elk's got 2 items for this play. So will Jachi. Mid lane is in a similar position. Top lane is 2. 3 items for Xie is a different matter entirely. The Trundle is on Trinity Force in a Dream. Kiana with the cheaper lethality items does snowball hard. We want to get value out of that. You have to do so. 15 seconds till Dragon. Weibo in the river first. Now the Death Ball is here. Seraphine really proves her value in these scenarios, and Weibo are a relatively short-range comp. They will be dealing with the range, the poke, the slows of the Victor. The Ashe, the Seraphine, all just kind of grouping up and causing some trouble. You overstay, you get caught by the gravity field by the pillar. Rek'Sai shoving in the picture-in-picture gets that tier 2. Weibo still only got 1 turret in this game, by the way. The siege is not good. Here comes the Destiny game, trying to collapse onto Cream! Into the unstoppable force, but Queen backs away. The lightning crash comes on forward. The supreme display of talent! It's not enough for Xiao, who gets melted because Jachi was untouched. Elk goes in and gets murdered! He's murdered now. The land shark is here! Rek'Sai emerges from the tunnel. There's a Jaws movie remake I never wanted to see. You lose Fengyue, but you lose 3. Make that 4 in turn. And Seoul is Top Esports. Game surely after that is Top Esports. Silver Scrapes is calling. It's just not quite dead yet, but my god, is the game bleeding. There's that replay. Elk just said, I've got to go. I've got to try and find something. It just didn't work. The range of the Zeri is proving problematic. Arrow splits the uprights. Thanks for the follow. Good timing on that. 120 stream for Bebe Scorpio. Woohoo! Good timing for that one as well. The shove with the Baron continues. She never bothered with Baron, have they? They've just gone for the Hex Soul and dealt with it. Zucket interrupted by the pillar. Hellier, Mikhails, and a Blood Razor for Fengyue. No Dream Catcher here, no. What's the damage? Now we turn to Baron. Oh, GG, if there was ever a time to find a steal, it would be now. There is a spellbook on Xiaohu. Smite angle. GJ with a Hex Gate. It's still at half HP. It's not the fastest Baron of all time. They want to try and pull WBG into the fight. Not done so yet. Cream looks for JJ. Doesn't find him with that death ray. To Baron again. Weibo Gaming. Yeah, claiming up some of those wards. 3,500, a Hex Soul against them. You got 3 items on Ura, to be fair. Well, 2.5. Bandglass Mirror doesn't actually count. Apologies. Very much doesn't. You've got 3 items on Elk. You've got an Ardent Sensor and Mikhail's. JJ is still very strong, but he's not really found a big ultimate in a while. And the collapses from Weibo just haven't been consistent this game. Top Esports got wise to the plays, have tracked them better, and they haven't led to the big advantages that Weibo Gaming were hoping for. The vision control that we often praise Weibo for, not really been in full effect here. This might not be bad though. Hang on. Ult into supreme display of talent. Can't quite get the kill though. He's just too tanky. Aranduin's allows the escape. Costs a flash, but is alive. Vision dark here. There's a ward just on the side of that wall there. It's breaking some of that. In fact, because it's on the other side of the wall, it's not blocking the ward. They know it's happening. Oh, that's unfortunate geometry issues. So they've got an idea about what's going on. They know where the Baron is at. 369 looking to potentially get the backside of this as Cream is cleansed with the Mikhails, but the Onkel comes across only Zucker, but that might be enough. Forces the flash. In goes 369 looking for the Aboro. Can't quite find it. GG on the back end of this. Could look for the supreme display of talent. The edge of X-Town chunks out Fongyu. He's now left low. Elk still very healthy. Zucker left in the front line. That one goes down. The zombie is down. In goes 369 to Xiaohu. Elk just about spacing. The pillar is down, but Xiaohu doesn't quite get chunked out and low. They've got a Seraphine behind them. The next surround side will heal well with the Echoes of Hellier. It does just that. Good lord. About 20% of everyone's health bars right back to where they were. You have still got the ability to potentially fight this dragon. Baron, sorry. Elk, JJ trying to get in here, but it's just so hard. The zone control is becoming increasingly oppressive. JJ gets across, can look to get into the pit, down to 5,000 HP, but it splits him off from the team. They're trying to turn onto Elk, who flashes away. Xiao, who back. And he's going to let left low. He cleanses early. And Cream's Gravity Field catches him. Now Ura the cat left alone. No one to hold them. Nio back on this Baron. Can JJ get in there? No, he cannot. Baron goes down. A monster amount of healing from the neutral objective and the Trundle passive. 369 on the flank angle. Will not find JJ. We've got 20 seconds until Elder. And they have to play with the man disadvantage. Trundle looking for the pillar. The supreme display of talent comes forward and denies the jump onto Xiaohu somewhat. JJ gets flashed on. Flashed away from. Needs to back away. The blast cone away. Should get over towards Zucker. The Hextech Soul slowing. Becoming increasingly demoralizing. Xiaohu has Nio coming from another angle. There will be another pillar. Look at this one. Is this one Corinthian? Doesn't even bother showing him. That's a rude architect. And a death onto Xiaohu. They stagger the bait. They stagger the death. They stagger the death timers. And now they can march through the base with the Baron to their aim. And bring us to a game 5 here. As Fogway flashes for an encore. Doesn't quite land it onto Elk and dies. Have they overplayed under the Nexus turret? Elk just about surviving. Goes down. The Zeri dead. Zucker brought down to a GA in the form of his zombie. These are experienced zombie killers. We play a lot of Resident Evil after the stream and they'll make for a Leon S. Kennedy cosplay well enough. Top Esports. Not to be trifled with. It is a bloody game. A messy game. But eventually the collapses from from Weibo Gaming onto Top Esports just weren't enough. Elk caught out a few too many times. Struggled to get beyond the zone control of the gravity field, the pillars, to really leverage his power. It weren't easy. Good moments from Weibo Gaming, particularly some of those 5-man collapses look nasty. JJ got very, very ahead on the Kiana, but eventually just stopped being able to get the kills for free before the response from Top Esports became too dangerous. 369 and Cream, I think, had great games there. Nio also pretty solid. The early plays from him started off a good lead before Weibo began to leverage the power of their mid-jungle. We did say their draft was harder to play, though, and it did prove to be, in fact, harder to play. The Yuumi wasn't enough to keep the carries alive. The Seraphine and the Ashe just began to zone people out so well. We're going to game 5, baby. We're going to game 5. Let's mute that. Get ourselves towards session, Diana, and I probably ought to run some ads. If you don't want ads, subscribe. That's the deal. That's the deal. Bro, turn the camera off again. Ooh. My brain is fading a little bit, guys. To game 5 we go. Elk did a lot of damage, didn't he? It just wasn't enough, because again, we just ran into this issue where the Seraphine was healing people up. They weren't actually killing the first target quickly and cleanly enough that they could extricate afterwards, and they just never got any turrets. The map was so extended for them. You saw how back and forth it was in the mid stages. Elk with the number of the beasts in terms of the scoreline. Compliment for Duo. Duo, you should be Trio. Because let's be real, you offer so much as a human that 2 is just not enough. It's just not enough. You need, the name needs to expand to encompass the breadth of your awesomeness. Thank you for the follow, by the way, there. Appreciate you, TTXN. Welcome into everyone. It'll be 369 as player of the game. You know what? I can see it, actually. I think I might have given it to Cream, personally. But he played well. Back towards ads we go. I'm looking up some old school stuff. Because basically roaming nest is happening. I'm trying to ask a question. I need to up my camera size as well. Whoop. Sorry, Zaref, did you want me? Oh, roast Zaref. Well, at this point, Zaref, you're a bit below my notice. Like, why would I bother? I feel like at this point, really, you can't get much lower. So I'm not really a fan of kicking people while they're down. Like, I made you a moderator. It doesn't get much worse than that in my channel. So, you know. Alright, I noticed you now. How do you feel about that? I always find Twisted Fate leaves the team with not enough damage, even with a hyper carry in the bot. I think it can be true if you don't actually have immediate burst onto a target. And they ran into this issue. Yes, they had the Kiana, and the Kiana was good at that. But because they ran the Sai on top, like, if that had been like, I don't know, even Renekton, Aatrox top, something with a little bit more threat. And again, I get the Sion actually ended up becoming part of the dive combo by having the ult to join in. But I'm trying to... Not that, but it's close. And basically, there's Georgia Trouble is asking for questions to ask Crisp in her latest Romy Next advert, and I'm trying to have a podcast. It's going to be a good match. I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so. It should be a really good time. Oh, right, I'm just going to go get myself a glass of water so I'm locked in. And possibly a Red Bull, actually. I need to stay awake. I'll be back very shortly. I also want to go ask Alex a question about this bloody question I'm trying to ask about. For Crisp. Oh, right, I'm returning. I went hunting for my brother's wisdom on this, and I can't quite remember the honest answer. So I'm going to go out to chat and ask instead. Chat, for the Mandarin speakers out there, there is a term in Chinese League of Legends for Chinese players, which basically says something along the lines of, it's not a good fight, but we take it anyway. And so the way of talking about fights is different in Mandarin and Chinese LoL terminology than it is in Western LoL terminology, where we talk about the game. The words we use for the game are different. And same for Korea. So do any Chinese speakers know what the phrase is and who says it? We are about to go to draft base because I want to ask that question to Crisp. Oh, there it is. There it is. Silver scrapes, baby. There we go. Keep the volume up for it. There we go. Sorry about that random. Oh, MLX2, you mean? Yes. Not myself, though. My Mandarin is basically entry level anyway. Fair enough. Yeah, Yasuo bot lanes were better 2019, 2018. It's when like Aiming and Viper and like Perks were playing it. Got me stumped, Sort Cam, yeah. I'll need to move it, yes. I'll need to move it. Ooh. That would be enough. Perks was a better bot laner than mid laner in some ways because he was one of the few bot lanes that could peel from damn self. And was flexible enough to do things like Zoe and Yasuo bot, which was very powerful. You're not allowed to be big anymore. Okay. Too much time being big. I need to see a doctor. To draft we go. That's some dramatic Game 5 music. To Chris, yes, because George had trouble is got a podcast with Iris chatting about League of Legends terminology. Caitlyn, Lulu banned from Weibo. It is Elk. He will default to those carry options bot. Caitlyn at least would have been the option. Kalista away from Jachi, who does love that pick. Is it a Draven ban as well? Nico, never going to be let through draft. Fair enough. Malphite off the board again. Very simple to make things work at this point. What are we even looking at here at this stage in the draft? Syndra? Aphelios? You don't have a Lulu. You don't have a Seraphine. You don't have a Yuumi. There is a Thresh, though. Do we Jinx Thresh? Jinx Thresh? Jinx Thresh. There we go. Matches the Aphelios, outranges him. Thresh allows the Rima position on the Jinx. You now need something that can deal with the Jinx Thresh and lose the mobility yourself. I wonder whether the Thresh might have been the better first pick and you take either of the AD carry options remaining. Sejuani. Skarner, those tank engage options. You are a little bit shyer on engage at this point, especially if you're going for an enchanter option bot. Mel would be fun. Renata is a decision, can be very annoying for Thresh, and it does give Jachi that ability to bail his way out and play through the CC of death. Cooking in Chinese equals trash gameplay, huh? Sheesh just turned this on this map 5. Yeah, Willie, welcome in, by the way. Glad to have you. It's a good time to be here. Lock in with us. Lock in with us. There's the Skarner and the Renata. Mundo in trade. Mundo's very annoying for the Skarner. His CC's immune. Can be quite tough. Double hyper carries with bulky boys in the jungle. Slight difference there in the support options. Pick option from the Thresh and obviously the Lantern for reposition, which is very, very significant. Renata with that big teamfight ult, the bailout to try and keep a hyper carry alive. Bailout versus Lantern, which will be more valuable. Never allowing Cream to get a hold of that Yone or that Akali. Banned pretty much this entire series. Xiaohu Syndra, legendary. Even played it top lane when he roll swapped. Taken off the board. LeBlanc, possible ban here as well. In fact, I think it will be the LeBlanc. Jace instead. Huh. Wonder if the Zucker might look towards that at this point in the game. Fair enough. Xiaohu used to be a Jace player as well, though. Jace mid is it's kind of long and buried. Galio. Galio's really good here. Galio's really good here. I'm liking Weibo's comp more here currently. It's simpler to play. It's harder to get to the Jinx. Top Esports, how are we rounding this out? You are going to have to blind pick top. Kennen. Smolder. Now that makes things a bit more interesting, because then you force Weibo to come into you. You play further away. You play keep away with the Skarner and the Renata, and you scale that way, and there's the Kennen. Okay, double AD carry, double hyper-scaling AD carry with a bailout behind them. Now you need to kill 2. And Jinx has to out DPS 2. And Kennen as a disengage ult makes things tricky. Because if you burn all of your ults and disengage onto a Smolder or onto this Skarner, the turnaround can be very, very scary. They'll throw down the Yorick. Yorick's not bad into Kennen. The ghouls aren't fun for him to deal with. And eventually Kennen can end up getting bonked a lot harder than he would like. Needs to be very aware of the Dark Possession. Split push option from Weibo. Protect the Jinx. I think realistically Xiaohu's going to have to go for burst here to try and pop the first target. The front line from top esports, it's Skarner or bust. And that can make things quite tricky, because the front line from Weibo is strong. Between the Lantern, the Galio, the Mundo, the defensive tools of the Galio, well, of the Dark Possession, of the Lantern out, Mundo just body blocking, very, very tricky. The problem I think Weibo might run into is there a world where top esports just play from range. Play discipline, play slow, play to outrange and scale with double hyper carries, and then you dive in and you realize you're diving into Impale and Renata ult and the Kennen slicing Maelstrom. If you're obligated to go forwards as Weibo Gaming, I think it gets harder again. I do. What year was it when Xiaohu roll swapped top? 2021, 2020? Something like that. It was back when he was on RNG still. Maybe 22 even. Can't remember now. All right, nearly caught my coffee there. Awkward. Got scared for a second. It's hidden behind the microphone. I'm going to move it over here so it's not out of visual sight. To the riff we go for the final time today. This is the Gyos. Someone scraping silver. Flay at the level 1. Lands on the Feng Yue, but again, you are still into the loyalty program, which is very obnoxious at level 1. It doesn't scale very well, but potential to shield 2, damage 2. It's very strong. You are ranged versus melee. I know Thresh is strictly ranged, but he's not really, is he? He's not really, is he? Oh, Orca! Thanks for the gift sub. It's a good time for it. Welcome into the new members. Stick around. Be blessed. Weibo with the late game options. I guess, basically, the Death Ball, potentially very scary. Got the global, got the split push win comp. And the front line is very tenuous from top esports. I will say, I think it's harder if Weibo have to go forwards themselves. Their reliable CC is quite low. It's Galio full sending. It's a good death sentence. It's better if they are the ones being dove into, but that's my worries. I think top esports pivoted well to say, actually, we don't have to. We just have to outrange and we'll out-damage you from range. Especially if Jachi's on the right weapons. Not a guarantee, but Cream at least will always have that option. And is bullying this Galio very, very well. That's a flat for the additional autos. Hook lands again. There's a heal force from Feng Yue just in case. Also left quite low. Doesn't blow the heal quite yet. It's got Aftershock to be something of a tank. Can't afford a spellbook this game, and I think that's fair, especially as I think he will be obligated to try and move forwards here. The front line from top esports, though, is very limited. So if the disengage tools don't work, then we get more scared. Another Herc Ura's been on point. I think that's just death. Damn. Feng Yue has just eaten every death sentence I've seen in lane. Ura has been heat-seeking. apparently in Chinese, the first word of Aphelios and Renata combined equals the same pronunciation for bad. Oops. Bad to the bone. Phase rush from Xiaohu suggests he's probably going to go for a Rift Maker and a Rocket Belt type build. Often does on the Galio. I think he's going to need to this game anyway to have a bit more burst and threat onto some of these AD carries to take them out. Really good. Really good early levels there from Elk and Ura. Despite Ura being chunked, we're still able to land basically every single hook we saw. Now finds himself mighty ahead. Era's the Labrov of LPL, a little bit. Death sentence finally goes wide, good lord. .369 gets to level 6 first. He's done well to stay at range here. He's going to go for the Gunblade build here as well, which is nice into the Yorick. It stops him chunking you out with the grub, not the grubs, the ghouls. But they do look like void grubs, the little mites that are spawned. Nio now in the bot side, just defending JJ around. His early walk-in caused a lot of strife. He's off vision. Nio also off vision. The counter gank option available. Jachi on slightly awkward times. They can look to binding eclipse someone here. Nio now around as well. And there's the pullback with the handshake. Ura needs to flash. The aftershock is down. Jachi with the Severum Crescendum goes very deep. Death sentence after. That's dangerous. Well, you need to flash away now. In goes Elk. Look at that auto. Now he's excited. And he can jump onto Jachi as well. Oh, good God. Nio can't even get one. Finally gets Ura. But that could not have gone worse. Elk with a triple kill. The series ends how it starts. Elk with an early triple kill. The Misfortune game 1, the Jinx game 3. And the mirror is not something top esports are happy to look into because that is an ugly reflection. Oh, Jachi. He sees the Severum Crescendum coming forwards here. He'll throw down the Binding Eclipse. And he thinks, I have this. Severum Crescendum onslaught in. And just gets blasted. The death sentence after is not tapped by Nio, it's tapped by Fengyue. Fengyue Jachi. There's a good cleanse from Elk. Got the level 6 here. Severum Crescendum forwards as a heal force. Jachi really sending it here. Got his own attempt with the Severum, but it's just too deep. It's just doing the bailout. It's not quite enough. He will have to beat the 1-for-1. You know what? Not bad. Level 6 to 5. And you'll take the shutdown. It is a shutdown. So in the end, still worth it for Jachi. Never let it be said that Jachi was a coward of a player. Absolute full send at level 5 into 6. And still goes 1-for-1. I think you take that. I think you take that. You're still down 500 gold, but hey, that is still a 200 gold plus for you because you got 509 on that shutdown. You are down boots, and that's still problematic. But hey, you've got Cull on the same timer. He'll have level 6 discrepancy because you'll have your ult up. So actually, you could potentially do that again here. The rocket was too close range, and the bailout allowed you to keep fighting there. JJ is around, so is Nio, both with level 7, so ult up and available. The maximum dosage, the impale. You can see why Jachi's very fun slicing. Maelstrom trapped under the turret just a little bit there with Zucker. Still gets the ult out of 369. He doesn't have that much damage yet on the ult because, again, he's got the Vamp Scepter for early heal. Throws out the Moonshot, lands it. Gets himself a Chakram, does Jachi. Throws down a Sentinel turret. Trying to clear out this wave a little. Trying to get rid of those last Moonshots, and will do. Does need to be a bit careful stepping forwards. There's actually Feng Yue off vision there, so it's not going to be the Mundo who's actually gone towards that top side of the map. Did a loss on that one. Nio now on vision himself. They'll know what's going on. That means Grub's likely just going to go over towards this Mundo for free. GJ should pick those up. And again, you're the team with Yorick. So very happy to pick up Grubs to increase that threat on the side lane. No one is running exhaust this game. No spellbook either. So Kennen potentially able to absolutely annihilate people with a good ultimate this game. Rocket denies the reset from Nio. Xiaohu was roaming there. Thought about being in range for Hero's entrance. Wasn't required. JJ bonk some scuttle crabs a little more. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, Impale goes wide. A little bit awkward there from Nio. Trying to get the pick on a JJ. Doesn't make it happen. It's a big ult to lose. Dragon's in 40 seconds as well, and you would have loved that for this. Death sentence wise. Elk gets a plate down bot. Jachi's around. Are we stepping into this? Death sentence immediately cleansed. I'm not even sure if that landed, but either way, we've been on a very good timer there. Loses a plate or two, but we'll still get there. Got himself the Storm Razor first. That was off that reset. I think Elk will be looking to do very similar here. I think he'll probably be going for the Yuntal Wild Arrows first. Be my suspicion. Gonna end up onslaughted there briefly. Huya ads disappear. I don't care about your silly advertisements. Nio's top. Looking for a slicing Maelstrom. Ixtal impact through the wall. Slow with the smite. Some tremors available. The bold at the upheaval comes on forward. Are we impaling this? No, we're not. But we'll look for a Heartsteel proc. He does indeed get those. 17 stacks now. Nio actually potentially in danger here. The briefcases begin to fly, and Corporate Mundo's like, please, I have a stock option for you. Trust me, bro. It's going to be great for your portfolio. And Nio goes, please, God, no, let me leave. And does. Oh, 369. Oh, hang on. Rocket? Elk? What a shot! Now he gets excited and can run at Jachi! And Jachi's forced to back away. Alt does at least get the Sev from healing. Bloody hell. Can maybe turn on to Zaka here, but that was a huge pickup. Elk! My god! Ash to hypercarry this game will do. Now gets a drive into the wall, but still dies. And JJ is allowing Zaka to get something here as well. Both top jungle fall there. Elk gets one. Zaka the other. There's a play in mid. Elk forced to cleanse away. Now Ura's going to be left out to dry here. Has the heal and the flash. Will be forced to burn at least the heal. Not bad from Jachi Fung. And again, at least both bot laners have been trading well. The problem is Elk, with the assistance of JJ, is the one who's come away with more kills. And significantly more kills. Well, up 1,000 gold here in a matchup that matters. Has also gone towards the Stormrazor, by the way. Not the Yuntal Wild Arrows. Comes online a little later, I think. And the Yuntal, with that initial slowing proc, that burst can be really good to allow the Jinx to kind of then space you with the zap, keep running at you. Very, very dangerous. It's a good item right now, guys. It really is. Especially when you are looking to play for 3 items, not 2. Over something like the Collector. Second item, I think that might be the Rapid Fire for the Jinx to enable the... There's the top side. Hang on. Just about gets away with it. Whoa. Some morning mist was sending some very angry feral cats at 369 there. Nio is going to have to start driving through. There's the death sentence flay box. Fongyue flashes out of the rocket. Flash forwards by the Eclipse. Turning around the hero's entrance. The lantern out. And all the while Nio loses the 1v2 elsewhere. 369 looking for the flank, but what can you do? He TP'd in. His team is already dead. So this becomes a fight on 2 fronts. Nio's caught off on one side by JJ and Zucker, and with that Dark Procession and Nio not having his ability to drive through walls up, it gets very dicey. Mid lane, Elk just full sends, and Fongyue forced to flash out of a good hook from Ura, and Ura, for my money, has been the MVP this game. What insane accuracy with those hooks. We said it was a low CC game, not when Ura is bloody heat-seeking. The Threshers felt point and click this game, and it would be a very different game if the hooks weren't landing. They have been. Ura, for my money, I think has been top 3 support in the region this split. He's been really good, guys. Really, really good. Maybe top 4. But I think it'd probably go something like Kyle and On are in our top tier. I think On's probably over Kyle for me at the minute. Then you kind of get that second tier of like Vampire and Ura. I think Ura diffing Vampire in that 1 tier is pretty significant on how Weibo got their win over JDG in the regular season. Again, Vampire then had a great series against On, though it was, you know, not against On, against Kyle, but I think there was a bit more back and forth. At the very least, I will note that Cream has got an obscene amount of stacks because he's been laning into Galio. 219 stacks in 17 minutes is really good going. He is about, in fact, he is 1 stack off having the execute. That might change our profile of this game again. 9-2 and 2,000 gold down. Hex Soul in 4 minutes, though, means that this has to be an online smolder. They'll charge the Herald into mid lane. It won't actually need to charge. Can then look somewhere else. Hang on, flash in. Looks for the X-Styles impact, but immediately it's cleansed out of, and Anayo's really deep. The hostile takeover comes flying across. Out comes the Chakrams. Jachi looking to charge on him, but it's inside the hero's entrance. Got a bailout, but it's not enough. The money is just not there, and JJ says, bro, I'm the one with the stock options. Renata's got nothing on me, bro. Cream, go inside the dark possession. All your stacks mean nothing to the Yorick, who buries you with a shovel. 3 dragons dead. Wait, make that 4, because Cream's gone as well. Oh man, top Weibo Gaming, just turn it on. They had the easier draft to play. They do. I worried about the lack of CC, but realistically, you have Yorick split push, and you get Elka lead, and you just play to make him hit people. It's easy as you like. There were some questions about... Oh, it looked almost brilliant, but that death sentence again from Era! And top Esports, because they're behind the curve of the game, obligated to go forwards. They can't afford... Oh, man, another auto probably would have done it, actually. Didn't quite get in range. Elk's just far enough away. But they're obligated to go forwards, and that is where Weibo's comp is so much simpler. If they have to go forwards, it's different. I think you could just play a bit slower, guys. You don't have to play like that. At least there's 2 items down the 80 carries. Maybe that'll be enough. Also, 369's just not been able to find an angle hit. It's not been allowed to. Every time it's TP'd in, someone's dead already. In this game of stress, you don't roam, you just babysit your drinks. Exactly. Exactly. And the problem is, because Elk is so fed, he's winning a DPS check against 2 other AD carries. Cream, at least, is insanely fed. Insanely fed. He's got Swift Marches and 2 items. It might just be on Cream to say, I'll carry this. What the heck happened here? Yeah. What happened is Weibo got Elk incredibly fed. Incredibly fed. At the very least, Cream is very strong. And you can sort of see, basically, Jachi's matching Shaohu CS, Cream is matching Elk CS. It's probably not a bad way of tracking this, actually. It's not quite as simple. Weibo Gaming absolutely guaranteed to win this. They are in a great position. Some of the flaws we called out earlier are still going to be a thing. Era's been having a great game. The Thresh has been heat-seeking. It will need to remain so. How many times have we seen Thresh games where for half the game all the hooks land and then they stop landing, and suddenly it gets a lot harder to play the game. And if Elk dies for free, then we have problems. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Good time to join us, Big Moop. The biggest of Moops. 369 clearing out the wave mid. JJ does get chunked out here. Again, he will not enjoy giving more and more stacks up to Cream, who's at 300 odd now. Dragon is here. This would be Hextech Soul. It is top Esports in the river. JJ's getting blasted. He has to run away. He's got a flash. He's going to throw down that maximum dose and try to heal up, but Cream just says, I'm not sure you can walk forwards here. Fengyue also stepping. There's a TP behind. The heal to try and escape. There's a teleport in. This TP could suck outcome. The chompers, the taunt, the CC, the slicing maelstrom, the impale into the Moonlight Vigil. 2 members down. The hero's entrance in there. Helk trying to reset. Yet to do so. Jachi dancing does eventually fall. Nearly hit the execute flash fall for the Winter War. He's gone. Cream. Fengyue trying to run away. Zeka getting a lot of damage down, and Elk still just about surviving the bailout. Keeps Cream alive. Can he run any further? No, he cannot. The wings of the dragon finally clipped. It's a 5 for 4. No, wait. 369 survived. making a 4 for 4, but the Dragon went top Esports ways. All of those shutdowns, though, went the way of top Esports. The gold lead is halved. The gold lead is halved. 4 for 4. And this time, Cream absolutely annihilates them. This TP sucked. It did. However, the Impale afterwards, the Moonlight Vigil, plus Smolder, breathing fire all over them, leads to 2 dead to begin with. You have lost your jungler. You've lost the thresh that allows the reset. The problem is Jachi at that point has to flash out and gives Elk the reset. That's big. Nayo tries to buy some space, but is then blown up, and Elk begins to dance. The problem is Cream gets the bailout, and that allows him to get 2 more before he falls. Zucker eventually brings him low. But 4 kills to the Smolder. Fairly stand aside. The real hyper carry is the 5,000 gold lead on Cream. Cream is 5k ahead. He has always been a fantastic AD carry mid player. He got famous for his Tristana back in the day. The Smolder is no different. 3.5 items. He is by far the scariest player on the Rift. And if fights keep happening like that, Xiaohu, Jie and Zucker are not tanky into a Smolder this late in. He has been donated so many stacks at this point. And sure, you shut down Jachi well enough. You got Elk ahead. Elk can still look to carry this. But if Cream gets another fight where he gets to pop off like that, the gold lead may mean nothing. You got Soul Point. You did not get Soul. It's not done yet. Yes! Well, there goes the Yorick. Dragon. Hang on, Baron's going down all the time. Can they get in here? They don't know what's happening. It's going to go down, and Weibo get that. Weibo get the Baron. In trade for Zucker's life. It's the split pusher, and there's some truth to that. And Cream gets another kill. Oh, he's on 360 stacks. Jesus Christ. He's 40 CS out of 10 CS a minute. Cream needs to run away. Sneeze. They're trying to jump him. They're trying to jump him. He's too deep. He's too deep. He stayed too long. Can he turn and fight? Just out of range of the taunt. Turn into play this one. Flash for the flay. The CC after the box. The rocket. Kill to Xiaohu. Cream stays too long. Oh dear. That is TP's ahead of Dragon. That is Flash's ahead of Dragon. Cream doesn't burn his summoners knowing he's likely dead there. And I think staying earns him an Infinity Edge. That's probably why he was still there. Was wanting that wave 4 Infedge. He sent a lot of members bot to make that play happen too. So it's probably good 369 this top turret. They'll lose the inner turret in bot side. Cream dying there is a big shutdown over to Xiaohu. Not the best person to get it, but hey, so be it. .369 got the rocket belt in second. Zucker is already at 3 items. He's playing a very good game here on this Yorick, who's 5-1 actually. Very, very potent. Doesn't win into the Smolder at this point though. That will be a problem. His first death there was to Cream, which is why he ended up getting more gold up despite Xiao getting that shutdown because he picked up Zucker's shutdown too. 20 seconds until Dragon. Looking at Fongyue the slow. Cleanse from Jachi required. That's a big cooldown. Health bar's not fantastic. Heal also. But 369 on the flank angle. They know he's there. Good option with that far side alteration to spot him out. 369 still unspotted. There are good wards here to make sure he's known quantity. Does it matter? Because Cream is breathing fire and Elk gets chunked by about 20%. 369 through the river. They know where he is. Zucker looking to try and stop him. But that means that the Yorick's are there. Jachi down to 10%. Where did he get chunked by? The Winds of War. Cream now flying at Xiaohu. Fight over the Dragon. Xiaohu left low. But Cream is then not in the play. The hostile takeover. Nayo can't get to the pit. That means Hex Soul for Weibo Gaming. Teleport behind. And they are losing the range war. Cream desperately trying to get as much damage down as he can. Fongyue will likely die to Zucker. Where is the cannon? Not here. Cream blows up one. But it's only Xiaohu. Elk gets the stun with the Hex Soul. And Cream dies as well. They can't play the river well enough. 369 again denied on the flank. Weibo's vision game. Too much. Too much for 369. And with 3 members dead, they can look to march through this base and at least get the inhibitor. There is no wave clear here. 369 can't wave clear as the cannon here, who will die. Has he got a slicing maelstrom? He's going to try and get behind. He's going to try and claim the wave behind. He's not spotted. They know he's there now. Lantern behind. They can't do much more. Threatened. Threatened. Won't take it. Nio. Hex skating behind. Is there a ward? No, there's not. They can't TP in. Look at the river control. There are 4 control wards straight down the river and in the bot lane and wards behind, and there was one in the Raptor pit. Top Esports could see Jackal. The rocket chunk. The rocket chunk from Elk is so clutch. Cream then tries to jump Xiaohu, thinking I can get a decent chunk there, and that's all well and good, but he means he's not here in the fight elsewhere. The hostile takeover is in, but look at Nio. He was already taking a 10% HP, had no realistic way of getting into that pit, no flash. And the Skarner just isn't tanky. Is there a jump in this picture-on-picture? Look, this play is, the play on screen is cool. Cream gets someone, but it's just not enough. And Elk, with the Hex Soul to his name, just spaces it well. Gets that one. He's got Hex Optics now to increase his range after he gets that first kill. Smolder's still at 400 stacks. Hang on, JJ. I don't know about this one. Lantern denies the Impale. Kennen, just been no impact this game. 369, normally a monster on the flanks, has really struggled to deal with the team-wide coordination of Weibo to get these wards down. Still, there is a Smolder with 420 stacks. And he can blaze right through the enemy, given half an opportunity. No, it's just not had an ult, has he? Not really. He had that one big one by his own blue buff, but outside of that, really struggled to find a good target. It's not been easy this game. I don't think it's a great Skarner game, honestly. Sejuani would have been the better pick for my money. But hey, the decision is made. Yeah, I'm not really recalling too many fantastic ults. Potential angle here to look at Defengyue, who flashes forward for the handshake! Elk, just about alive! Just about alive! They can't kill the Jinx, the hero's entrance! Keeps the princess alive! Hello, princess! Go looking to make sure they stay up in one piece of Jinx. Survives, excited. They lose a couple afterwards, though. That's 2 dead. 2 for 2, and hang on. Jungler down. Can you turn to Baron after this? Look, I gotta look at the base, though. This was all without the Yorick. They have to TP back to stop Yorick with Hex Soul and Grubs to his name. Cream has to be there, but that's 7,000 your gold just disappearing. Sokka has the wave clear, but loses a Nexus turret. Does Cream in trade? The Maiden should likely die, but Jaxi running a Xiaohu goes golden. Elk can't quite do much. Jaxi has to flash away from the Chompers. Oh my days, Zonya's off Xiaohu. My days, another Orsa would have done it. Jaxi's been so close so many times, but can't quite get the kill. Rocket. Wide. 32 minutes into the game. Hex Soul and a 4,000 gold lead. And still, top Esports aren't quite without teeth. Elk doesn't lose his GA. Still has his flash. All of that excitement. Still has flash. Still has GA. Aldrin 50 seconds, Baron up. No flash. And GJ, though, it might be just coming up. In fact, I think it is looking at the timer on that flash. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's just grayed out because it's... Yeah, there you go. Comes back off now. Ult's largely up and available. Yorick just resummon the maiden. Died to Cream in the base. Cream at 496 stacks. 496. It's quite a lot, that. Now looking at GEG and Xiaohu. GEG throws out a blast. A fire. Zucker jumped on. Cream jumping in as well. That'll be the 2v1. That means Zucker likely dies. Just about flashes out. Can they get in range to kill off the kill? They can't. Cream's not quite there. They need to get one more auto. That means the Baron. Make that the Elder is a 3v4. They can't get the kill. Zucker gets to back. Top Esports are missing 2 key members around the Elder fight. Now he needs to drive on in. Will not be in touch with the flame. A little early. Won by GEG. The Impale after with a turnaround burst. It's not enough. Top Esports try to play to kill off a member and bring in the other members, but Elk now gets a step on forwards! Cream is not the scariest dragon on the field! Elk says, welcome to my world! 369 looking for a potential angle, it's just not gonna happen. The observers will toggle with our hearts, but Cream just about survived for a second or two, gets to go back to the fountain and try. And he must try. But there's just nothing more for him to do. He's just on the edge of being executed. Stuck on the fountain. 369 goes in. It's the first slicing maelstrom I've seen in 10 minutes. And the inclement weather is barely a shock as Weibo Gaming bring it over the line. 3-2. Weibo again make their way forwards. When are they ever not entertaining, guys? Consistently inconsistent. This team are so bizarre. So bizarre. Oh, they do it. There we go, another gem in. Nearly there. Nearly there. Taken from Top Esports to put into the trophy. All the defeated members. Smolder nearly did it, didn't they? Cream with some Herculean damage. I think we're going to see some very scary Smolder damage after this, but Elk basically unkillable as the game went on. Weibo's great vision game. And the Protect the Elk comp comes out on top. 369 never able to thread his way through the vision lines. Cream not quite able to bring them over the line. Thank you for the bits, Orca. I'm Initialise. You may have seen me on this channel fairly regularly alongside Nymaera, who's my younger brother. We stream and cast LPL here pretty much every day of the week. Alex will be coming on after this to play some Resident Evil for you all. Finish up that game, so please don't go anywhere. Things won't be done quite yet. In fact, I need to give them a heads up, actually, that this is happening. Make sure to follow me. Good to see you, Kazi. So there will be some more games coming. Another 100 bits from Orca. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Xiaohu getting the MVP here on the Galio. I don't know whether... It's got to be Aaron, no. That Thresh was ridiculous. Malfight into Thresh Lantern kind of sucks sometimes. And you have a horrible time into Yorick. Like, it's just not fun. Theoretically, the cannon's good there, but Weibo just outvisioned it. There you go. If you've not done so already, by the way, guys, please make sure you're following the channel. We are pushing to get as many followers as we can. Keep pushing for some breakpoints to help us get sponsors and all that kind of thing. So if you've not followed, follow the channel. If you haven't subscribe to the channel. Again, we are pushing for Partner Plus if we can. Help us get more money from the subs we have, which means we have more income, which means we can keep doing this. All of that jazz. Reliant on all of you guys for the support. So thank you for those who do. But it is a massive deal to those who do subscribe. So please, please, please do make sure you make that happen if you have that ability. Additionally, for those on YouTube or those who don't want to sub on Twitch, there is a Ko-fi link. So do donate to the Ko-fi. It's a way of giving more directly to myself and Alex. Also, great value. Oh boy, right. This year's Players in the League has been crazy. It really has been very entertaining. There we go. There's that damage. Oh my god, Cream! Oh Lord, Cream and Elk were doing work that game, weren't they? Good God! That is a 2,000 damage a minute smolder that still wasn't enough. Wow, 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 wow. Oh. Right, I'm going to run the last block of ads before Alex comes back. Don't go anywhere. And I'll let Alex come in and take over from here once they are ready to go. Oh. Man alive. Maybe that ought to have been more valuable there from Jachi. We're having a different conversation. But again, this game got very tricky once Elk got very, very ahead. Yes. You good to go? Yeah, that's fine. Oh. Messy. Weibo, very good vision control. Largely the better team. Elk and Era were better than Jachi and Fongyue on the whole. Yeah. Though when Weibo lost, it was often harder to execute drafts. They were a bit more inconsistent. So game 2, their draft was a bit... I somewhat disagreed, if only because, but like I agree the lack of CC was a bit tricky, but I was looking at this comp and going, actually, ever getting to the Jinx in one piece would have been tricky. Of course you can.
Thanks so much, Sam, as well. Monster shit. Really appreciate it. It's always
big. 2,000 damage a minute smolder. 71,000 damage.
Cool. Big round of applause to Sam. Very cool that he's that we're able to do this together. Okay, so if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we're going to finish off Resident Evil today. Then I'm going to have to dash over to play Proximity Chat Voice League with Dumbs. So that'll be a thing. A bit of a action-packed day today. If you're on YouTube, thank you for watching, and we'll see